Grim and a Liege.
Yeah.
2 rifles you don't want to mess with.
Right. Especially in terms of form right now.
Poor Mad Lion's not working with too much. No utility to flush him out from behind the sandbags, but Roy is not letting his guard down. He is just hyper-focused on this peak. And he needs to be. Because if Liege swings wide, he's looking for the multi-kill. But if he goes to the left here, maybe Roy's not as ready. 35 seconds on the clock. Team Liquid's still on fire. Mad Lion's ill-equipped. Flash goes onto the short shelf. Liege still buying his time. There's no reason to technically peek. But God, what a daunting task not to. There it is. His reward, 4 of the patience. 3 kills to his name. Grim comes in. It's a full house on the A site for Liquid.
The key point, no deaths, right? So they're going up against the pistols. They have a no death round here. Nice patience from Liege. They lock it up. Okay. Well, whatever. We've got a game now. Didn't think we'd have this conversation after what we saw in the first half, but now it's really on Bad Lions to show us the T side that's competitive. It's kind of annoying to have to cast a game like this where it just one side almost seems like it doesn't matter, but that's been the kind of state of affairs. Liquid pulled off the CT side comeback on Mirage as well. But the one thing is for Mad Lions, I feel like we haven't seen everything being tried yet, right? We've seen a save after every rifle round, half force right there, but we haven't seen just like a very classic round on the A ramp where they've just tried to work a default into a round win. Instead, have been rush up A, rush up B, rush mid, and ecos in between.
Shush absolutely performing from this B side on the CT side. That's where he kind of made a name for himself. He has 20 kills at this point. Only bested by Refresh on 23. Team Liquid now facing a gun round, so Mad Lions should absolutely be able to test them. Naf gonna lay the fire at his feet, gets the scope back up, still stands. And that allows Liege to peek wide alongside Stewie. They drop the bomb. Mad Lions try to crank the dial, but Team Liquid cool them off. And now they are about to secure double digits. How is this happening?
They have good trades. They're overstaffing mid, right? We're seeing like Mad Lions run out mid. Typically, you'd have one person in the connector, one person playing from up top in B, not really focusing that down early on, but Mad Lions have not conditioned Liquid to be scared of A at all. Like, they have not given them a reason to not think about playing mid. That's where most of Mad Lions' gameplay has gone towards, so I guess it's no surprise, but it is impressive to see how quickly there is somebody to refresh a position where Liquid are maybe losing their opening duel or only getting one where they could get 2. So I don't know. I feel like it's getting a bit late now to try to go back to A and have that be something that is unexpected, where it's usually where people start their game plans out. But I feel like, you know, Mad Lions, they're doing more of the same. It's not working, and they're subsequently losing rounds because of it.
Well, Refresh, he's going to have a couple of players locking him into this position. Needs the bomb if he even wants to try to clutch. So first headshot's nice, but Liege right there to trade. Team Liquid, double digits.
Double digits, and they've had very, very few losses on almost every single one of these rounds.
There has not been a bomb plant since the very first round of their CT side. That pistol round retake.
It's not very Vertigo, is it?
Can we just take a moment to appreciate how bad these T sides have been? All 3 of the rounds that Liquid got on their T side were 1vx clutches.
Right.
And all the rounds they lost, the 12 of Mad Lions, they didn't even have a damn bomb plan. Now we switch over here, and so far there's 0 rounds for Mad Lions and 1 bomb plan. I'm not going to pretend to understand it.
They've literally left Grim alone at the A ramp because this is how vacant it's been. He's peeking down, no one's there. They're stacked up towards B, like it's so obvious to Liquid what's coming for them.
Ooh, Tech 9 taps from Shush. Naf gets his eyes back, and Twists has been back here the entire time. It is a blunderbuss from Mad Lions. The Glock's out from Refresh. Team Liquid now 1 round away, and you can see the morale starting to rise here. It's not cheers and jubilation, but it's also not the same long faces that we saw when they were getting clapped on that first half, man. This is unbelievable.
I gotta hand it to Grim. I mean, I remember when I used to see him on his cam in his bedroom when he was playing on Triumph or early days on Liquid. It felt like he got a bit flustered, like a bit more emotional about like losing or dropping a kill. I mean, probably because he is playing so well that that's not happening as much anymore. But even coming out of that last half where they were down 12-3, he didn't seem to flinch at all. He just looked kind of comfortable, and it was brought up on the desk. Like, it seems as like his emotional state is like pretty good. And yeah, so now the ADR is starting to come up for the CT side a little bit.
Yep.
I think the utility damage would come up a bit more, and it has a little bit, but there's not been a lot of A plays by Mad Lion. But again, it almost feels a little bit scarier because they haven't even tried it once. So we'll see now with a test towards the A ramp finally in the game plan. Liquid, are they going to be more prepared for it? I think they're going to not be surprised to finally see some of it. So let's see how the protocols go with the utility usage here.
8 rounds in a row from Team Liquid's CT side. The last 5, they've had 3 players alive at least. Mad Lions not even afforded a damn bomb plant. Heavy numbers up at this A site. We saw Mad Lions go for these types of mid-round aggressions, and look how quickly they themselves fall away from it when it's clear that Liquid want a fight here. Elige, he tucks into Henny.
Damn, that pathing is crazy.
Flashes go by. Elige activated, comes out with 2 kills. That is a crucial headshot into Refresh because it's what lets him get away. So now they can try and maintain this 2-man advantage. But look at this. Hot on his heels, Roy trying to reclaim a bit of control on this A site. He gets toppled by Elige. 3 kills for Jonathan on this round. And now Twist gets within them, taking the head off of Shush, taking the lead away from Mad Lions.
Elige just playing games. I want to watch that again. We see after the A-ramp retake setup that I think Mad Lions are aware is coming, but they also don't play anti in a way that they can dodge anything. Elige just gets into that spot, Henny, right, where he can control the A-ramp from the left side, and this is after Mad Lions had kind of cleared it out. What the hell is that duel? When would that ever happen? I don't even know. Twist will win that one. Drop the op off the hands of A-Core, and let's look at this again. He gets all the way to this spot, and they don't clear it because they were already established on the A-ramp. They didn't expect someone to re-aggress from this position. This is such a smart round from Elige. So sick.
Almost feels like because Liquid go for that aggression but don't see anything and Mad Lions give it up, nobody really kind of sprayed through smoke or really confirmed what Liquid were up to. For all Mad Lions know, that was utility with no follow-up, unlike what they do. So sure enough, they don't check it. Now Mad Lions back on pistols. This is looking like a Team Liquid lead.
Nice jinx, man.
But if you have learned anything in this series, it's that nothing makes sense. So don't look away from your screens, because with just pistols, Mad Lions may be able to find an opening. Grim shuts down Shush, and that is a lot of damage onto half of the remaining members here of Mad Lions. Utility usage cutting back a bit of control as they were looking to contest that Opper. Grim short shelf, Stewie just by him, and Elige safely back by these boxes. Minute on the clock for Mad Lions. No utility other than a smoke and a flash. Now 3 of the 4. Almost dead. Nafly connecting an op shot. Down goes Hooksy. Refresh is the player with utility, but A-Core is the man with the kill. Naf in position with Elige, just shutting down Mad Lions here on ramp.
They haven't lost a round yet. Coming back from 12-3. That is 10 in a row. And a nice small little highlight here from A-Core Liquid. They rubbed some oil on the logo, lit it on fire. The only way it's possible. But yeah, you know, we're at this point we just got to see what maybe some of the final strategies here for Mad Lions are going to be. Because Liquid are doing onto them what they did to Liquid. Okay, finally some return early damage here for Mad Lions. That's a nice opening. They have failed to get the 5v4. They have failed on their rushes mid. They have failed on their rushes B to get the trades. I think coming back to A-ramp again, it does make sense. but can they win this first duel? Especially with Naf being so frisky. He's not afraid to play down here. Starting to clear out some of the positions of the T's. They're looking for the re-aggression. And Liquid are reading this as kind of a B hit, but with so much information down the ramp, they're still in a pretty decent spot. I expect the flash to come out to swing, Nafly to fall back, Grim to be activated, or they just dry peek. Oh my goodness gracious.
But Grim, perfect position. Then there's a chance back though. A-core refresh and A-core again. This is it. The first time that they've gotten Liquid down to only 2 players in what feels like forever. A round that could suddenly take everything away from Liquid. Stewie's gonna round the corner of CT spawn and dies at the hands of Refresh. Twists inside of the smoke with a knife out and a player right by his side. Refresh looking for his 3rd kill in the round. He hears this movement from Twist, and he's going to put the barrel to the back of his head once this smoke fades. Twist is down, and so are the Flames of Team Liquid. We are tied once more.
Okay, nice play by Refresh, getting in the smoke there in the 2v1. Stewie has a chance. This is a big move from Grim. Unfortunate for Nafly that he moves off the angle just as Grim gets 2, but that doesn't really change the outcome of the situation. Grim still gets both. And then it's A-core to trade out 1 and then get the 2nd kill as well. That is some beautiful stuff by him, falling back. And I don't know where Refresh came into play. Did he actually flank through mid?
Must have been, because he uses elevator to section off the A site.
So somewhat of a distraction here. Naf again aggressively poised at mid, looking for some early damage. And hopefully some of the confidence is back now for Mad Lions as they start to move out towards mid.
Naf misses that little adjustment. Careful now. Refresh. He was crucial in that last round. He still holds his spot. Oh, and he's got Naf down to 2 points of HP. He falls back. Team Liquid lucky to still have all 5 players standing.
They're kind of scrambling around, so there was a moment here. Oh,
Grim catches a kill down A. A-core trades. A-core was absolutely crucial in the previous round.
He dies early enough that they can kind of rotate safely, in a sense. But Nafly, as you mentioned, very low. Heavy rotation over towards A this time for the CTs, and Elige left alone on the B site.
He sees a player cross. We do have Twists already downstairs, so he's going to start working over to the B site, but he looks to catch off the player from A. A-core's removed, and suddenly Mad Lions, their backline's not secured, and they know the rotates are coming over, but Twists compromising continuously from behind here. Elige going for the quad control, takes it back. Mad Lions, was it just a one and done? Seems so. At least they've convinced themselves they can do this.
Yeah.
They've broken through at least once, but it's not going to be easy. Their economy, good enough for another buy, thank God.
There's the nightmare situation. Twist getting into the back lines after they finally get a trade. Refresh getting that early damage and coming off a round win, you think, all right, this is where Mad Lion's getting a little bit more comfortable. But they're always comfortable to leave Grim on the A-ramp knowing he can get one. The rotates other than him can be so free in that position. And now Mad Lions, they're going up quickly again, up the A-ramp, trying to catch Elige, potentially running through now a smoke and in front of a Molotov. And they're not going to continue forward, eat grenades in the process. But this is a more standard round that we're used to seeing. The molly will come out the sandbags to clear it out. Nobody smokes it, but the boost from Stewie gets up for 2 kills here, combined with a flash. They don't even try to run away.
Oh, that one has to hurt. Mad Lions facing the 5v3 Team Liquid, about to secure map points.
Wait, they're leaving the A site.
Twist, he gets another one. 3. Oh my God, there's an answer finally from Refresh. 2 map points after this one if Liquid can close.
This is a kind of a weird situation. Refresh can do a lot here. Now, Shush will get 1. They'll recover the bomb. It's actually left down on the A ramp. But Refresh, he feels the need to try to make something of the map control that he's gotten, so he's looking for another kill. And this might be too much to bite off. This is potentially match point here for Team Liquid. He'll go back and get the bomb. But it just does not mean he'll win. He has been amazing mechanically. I can see he's got the gift of the clutch. Here's a chance potentially to score a bomb plant and have a 1v1 or force Liquid to try to come in together.
Smoke first. Bomb's going to be planted, so it's going to have to be the retake. Refresh, he is already sitting on 30 kills. The alpha of this Lions pack. And Refresh, he's just going to take to the top rope here. He's looking for vision into them. I mean, dude, there's a dangerous chance that players start to line up. Can he keep it tied at 14? Absolutely not. Grim just sticks the barrel to him, and Team Liquid find a 15th round, which means 2 map and match points.
Completely denied off of the flash. They come in together. There's no hope there. And now, with 15... I can't believe we've actually seen it. They've made the entire comeback with only losing 1 single round. And they're forcing Mad Lion's hand here to buy up everything that they can. They fortunately got a lot of utility to work with, but just every CT option that has been taken has worked out very well.
That boost from Stewie, we haven't seen it because there's been such little A play. He pops his head up. Howdy, neighbor. Lays down the law into 2, but Refresh, this is the guy that we got to keep our eyes on. When they compromised that A site, when Mad Lions won their only round on this T side, it was because he used that middle control to exploit and split into the A site. Grenades off of the top, twists, sits on 60, and Refresh now going to challenge through this smoke. Dude, he is a slippery snake. And he's trying to section off this crossfire, but he turns at the worst possible moment. And now Mad Lions are going to have to take this from a man disadvantage into a 14th round. But Naf connecting op shots. Roy and Hooksy, all that's left over. And you would not have believed the possibility of this comeback. We said how elimination would have left their fate in their opponent's hands. And if you've learned anything, it's take life into your own hands, control it, and Liquid flexing that control so far on this CT side. Grim ready for a peek on short, but Roy will take his head off, and Elige in a far more passive angle. This gives them a bomb plant, makes things that much more interesting. A flank from Stewie 2K.
Yeah, he'll speed it up. They're going to walk back into him. He's going to cross paths now with a short shelf player, and that's an instant headshot. Does he know where the last man is standing? Hooksy, the map, the series, and stay alive in the showdown after starting this map out. Down 12-3.
And those 3 rounds, all by way of 1vx clutches. Stewie 2K closing the half with it. Had he not won both those clutches, then we would have seen Team Liquid with a half as flat of Mad Lions. They survive. And coming into this series, Elige said it, none of this was going to be easy. But with a 40% win rate on the CT side of Vertigo, we thought this was over.
They had terrible stats on their CT side, and not even the best competition. And off the I mean, that was an amazing CT start,
Damn.
like for so many different reasons for Mad Lions. But again, there's actually so many comparisons to be drawn between the way that Liquid and Mad Lions play,
Yes.
both on their CT and T side on all of these maps. It's kind of interesting, but it's maybe a conversation for the desk. I don't know what they're going to say about it, but we're all left scratching our heads. So anyways, we're going to go to a break and then take it to the desk. So stay tuned for some analysis.
No, Londers, we are not going to a break. You guys don't seem to be able to get this right, but you do deliver some good commentary, and we do get to see a couple of amazing CT sides, right? This was Mad Lions kicking things off in style. They looked like they were just going to roll over Liquid, but it wasn't quite the case.
Indeed, a story of CT side, a story of walls that being put on both hands. And let's just go back in time just a little bit and look at this round number 13. Mad Lions in the lead, 11-1. Liquid finding absolutely no solution whatsoever. And you're gonna see in a couple of seconds how massacred truly Liquid got into that first half, because Mad Lions were on top of everything. They had all the timings, all the right ideas. And look at this perfect top flash. Roy's just having a field day, just rushing them. The round is over in about 5 seconds. This right here, if we had a meme, that would be this is how it started, and they would get this is how it ended, because Liquid did exactly the same on the CT side.
This was it, right? It was the running it back. It was the never give up mentality. That was Liquid showing us why they are a championship team. But also, Pimp, right? We pointed it out. Stewie wasn't having the greatest game. This time, he led by example. He picked it up. He stepped up again.
He stepped it up big time, and Liquid as a whole stepped it up big time. As Maniac said, when you're down 12-1 after a round like that, as a Liquid player, I would love to be inside their minds right right there. I bet you 5 out of 5 players are thinking, all right, this is over. There's nothing we can do to make it happen, right? And yet they came back on that CT side. They got off to a good start. They built up their own wall. And as you said, Stevie leading by example, Elise finding impact, and the entire team as a whole, I think, played well. It wasn't down to a superstar performance. It wasn't down to Nafly going crazy. It was down to Liquid and all their players stepping up.
That right here, that is a very good example, a good illustration when we say you're down 11-1 or 12-1 or whatever. The last few rounds matter.
Yes.
They do. They can change the course of a game. And Liquid, albeit suffering, really sweating tears and blood to find these openings and to find these rounds on the T side, the fact that they managed to get 3 made all the difference. You could see they moved on to the CT side. They won the first pistol cleanly as well. You have to remember that. They were quite clean at that. Then you can see, you can feel it is happening because soon enough, all the duels are won by Liquid. They're always in the right position. There's always a trade partner very close to them. Anytime Mad Lions tried to challenge Liquid middle, someone else was coming. Stewie was the man that was challenged a lot in that position. He always had help. Elise from the B side, Green from the A side, they were always converging to him to help him out and clearing the whole Mad Lions squad. So they moved together as a unit, but you also have to say, individually, they stepped up massively.
Yeah, and that was what was needed, but that certainly wasn't an easy game. One thing we were discussing, right, in the backstage was when it comes to Vertigo, okay, you might give it a bit more of a percentage towards the CT side, but not like this. This was 2 teams really fighting tooth and nail, but also not playing the cleanest T sides.
No, they're a terrible T side, let's be honest. A total of 4 T side rounds was being won in this game in 29 rounds. That's simply not good enough by neither team. I don't think we can say anything else to that. It does worry me a little bit. You look at Mad Lions' result against Fnatic. They played it twice. They only got 5 and 6 rounds on the T side against Fnatic, who right now are probably playing some of their worst Counter-Strike. So there's definitely a tendency in play right here. Whereas Mad Lions, they're great on the CT side when it comes to Vertigo, but the T side, that need a lot of work. And you could see it as well. As I said, it was not Liquid playing the best of the best. They were playing as a team. They were playing solid. They were closing them down. But they could have had Nafly going off. They could have had Stewie going off. They could have Elise having one of those games. They didn't. Yet they still were able to mount this comeback. So that in itself, to me, is a testament to how strong Liquid are, even though they're struggling, but also the struggles of Mad Lions. They were just not good enough when it came down to the matter.
And one thing we need to give a lot of credit to here for Liquid is not just Grim and his performance, but this is the first event with Liquid that he's been over here in Europe, right? This is a whole different scenario for this guy. He's moved on up a level, and he's actually delivered and held his own against the Mad Lions, who certainly, they're not too shabby.
I fully agree. I think these 2 first maps were really good for Grim. On Vertigo, I saw him do a couple of, I want to call them pressure mistakes, you know? When you get down to it, when he's 13-13, you could see him peak when he shouldn't have. They lost a 2v5 because he was a little bit too eager to get that trade kill. So you might see one of these, here and there mistakes, but it's going to come better with time. I think for a start for Grim, it's really good.
You're talking about 13-13. We've got the cons from that round as well. So let's hear how Liquid kept it going in this moment. NB2.
They're happy. One's going back to you, Rush.
Yeah.
I can flash for you guys. Okay, just wait for the flash.
They're in B.
Can you throw a bait flash right now, John?
I did.
Gonna be dead. I can flash. Flashing.
Up, I think.
Quad. Dead.
Pop.
I'm swinging the pop. Left side, left.
Nice.
Let's go, baby.
There we are, boys.
Good shit.
Nice round, Russ.
Maybe missed a chicken or 2. Yeah, there you go. It's always hard to grab them when you got Liquid popping off like that. And when it gets to those kind of moments, right, when it gets close, how many games have we all seen where you get to 12, 13, 13, and they match up, you've made a huge comeback, and then you let a round slip away. But this is what Liquid couldn't afford to do, and they did not, right? They kept their foot on the gas.
Yeah, it was a great performance by Liquid. I think it's fair to say they are struggling a little bit.
Yeah.
Still early stages in their European stint, so to speak. So they would probably need a couple of weeks more in Europe in order to get back to the level Elise was talking about coming into the game, where they once again can consider themselves to be one of the best teams in the world. I do want to say though, and I say it quite often on the desk, when you're able to win a game when you're not playing well, that in itself is a sign of class.
Yeah, I'm just worried about the T side, honestly, because we've seen the individuals, we've seen the defense. Twice now they've made great comebacks based on their defense, and that's superb, fantastic. They're going to use that throughout this whole event. Now the T sides, that is an issue. You mentioned it. 1 round or 2 rounds where it wasn't on overpass, then 3 rounds here as well. It's very limited. One day you're going to go up against a team that on their T side would be very tactical, push you out of your comfort zone, and then it's going to get very complicated. So I need to see Liquid being able to shift gears, shift the way they approach the T side when they hit a wall, because I feel like they kind of headbutt against Mad Lions twice in this series.
Yeah, and you can't afford to do that, right? But we're going to take a look at the tournament overview and see see how this is all panning out, because we have only one more game in the round of 16 to come your way in just a little bit of time. Now, the matchup is on, though, for Liquid taking on MIBR. Now, what's interesting here, we're talking about the style of Liquid needing to change. If Liquid need to get ready for these European teams, that's fine. MIBR don't play a form of Counter-Strike that anyone else is playing right now. Theirs cannot be put into one row. You can't just go, MIBR play like this.
I don't know if I'm having a fantasy right here, but I guess with the individuals of Liquid, the MIBR style could be fitting for them. You know, very duel-oriented, very raw, fight-oriented. We're going to take you out your own game. If you have your Liquid players shining on that day, it's going to be an earthquake.
A real big earthquake as well. That is a match to get very excited about. But I'll be honest, have we seen enough from Liquid to say that this will be a game where it's going to be easy? Because we've been sleeping on MIBR a few of these games now, and we definitely shouldn't.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to the individuals to step it up a notch, because I don't think MIBR is playing wild in a Counter-Strike. I think they actually play some sort of structured Counter-Strike, at least a mix of it. They play well, they play good, and you can't, sleep on MIBR in that sense. It's not like they're running around and just shooting people. They're actually having some tactical approaches to the game as well. So it comes down to Liquid's individuals, and if they can step it up a little bit, there's definitely a good fight to be had.
Well, guess who we've got on the line? Mr. Jason Moses O'Toole is joining us here. You get the win, mate, but I want to ask, how's that old ticker feeling?
Feeling good. I think at halftime when we were down, it was just kind of like, well, we either get back into it or we lose quick. So, I don't know. It wasn't really actually stressful till it was within reach.
Now, when it came to that map choice at the end, right, between Vertigo and Nuke, a lot of us on the desk thought that it was going to be Nuke. What was the reasoning behind Vertigo?
Kind of deliberated over Vertigo and Nuke as well. It came down to, and I thought at the time that maybe I was getting lured into a little bit of a trap as an inexperienced coach. But I figured, we prepped for Vertigo. We actually kind of thought we were going to pick Vertigo. So we kind of prepped for it. We had what we felt was a good game plan. Obviously, T-side, but we kind of knew what they were up to on their own T-side. So I don't know. We felt confident in the prep, and maybe that's not the smartest way to go. I know it's for them. I know they have a very win rate on it. But I don't know. On a certain level, I think we just said we feel we're the better team. They want to play their best map. We'll give it to them. We're not afraid of our Vertigo in any way either.
Jason, you touched upon it a little bit yourself. What's wrong with your T-sides?
I don't know how long we got. You guys got like a 5-minute desk?
As long as you want, mate. As long as you want.
No, I think more than anything is they're just certain games, and this was one of them where I think the creativity kind of shuts down the side, and the ideas kind of shut down the side. Jacob, you've played with a couple, I think actually to Liege maybe, but when you start getting piled on like 6-0 and 7-0 or 7-1. And the ideas you're coming up with aren't working, then all of a sudden it feels like you're kind of trying to, break through a brick wall in a way, where you're not coming up with something new and you're not coming up with some adaptation to what they're doing. That was kind of the hole that we dug for ourselves in that T side. And it didn't, as stupid as it sounds, those last 2 rounds that we won, or the last 3 rounds of the half, were like the best communicated as the team, and like the best, the best ideas and freeze time that we discussed and came up with. So it was just way, way too late in the half. It's a conversation that we've had many times. It's a conversation we'll probably have many more times coming up. And it's probably one of our greatest weaknesses as a team, is our ability to kind of collapse and fold like that. Although you have to.
Yeah, but we're still hearing what you're saying in general.
Now, Jason, you touched on it. You talked about that 12-1 point, and suddenly you had the best communication ever. Can you let us know, how was the feeling in the team? How was it that you were able to flip the switch and go from 12-1 looking really, really down to a 12-6 where suddenly you're in control?
I have to say, I think we just all kind of trusted in the game plan. I think we all kind of trusted in what we saw in some of our review. I think our analyst Hepa, he did an incredible job putting together some videos and a packet for us highlighting consistencies and tactics they like to run. And we came in with such a good game plan that, at all times throughout that second half, we had players who just like remembered what was part of the game plan. So, you don't have to think of the different options. We've already had it prepped so well that we're calling out what's going to come next. We're calling out what kind of setup we want for the odds of them attacking part of the map. And in that way, you don't just flip a switch. It happens after, 3-4 rounds of it being successful. And then you start to have a little bit of hope. And then you start to kind of believe that you have a grasp on the map. Beat them 16-13.
Now, Jason, there's one thing, right, that we've been discussing a lot here is this NA teams coming over to Europe. Obviously, you guys couldn't get over too much sooner because of the events you were playing through. Do you wish you had a bit more time to prepare in Europe? And how much of a difference has it been for you guys?
I mean, let's be honest. Everyone got in Tuesday at some points throughout the day. So Tuesday was just kind of a travel day. Wednesday, yesterday was about 8 hours of media for events and everything like that. Got 2 scrims in last night and played 2 scrims this morning and prepped for.
Wow.
So I mean, we haven't gotten into our European boot camp yet. Tomorrow is going to be a really fun day with no official talk Counter-Strike and talk theory. But I mean, to your other point, yeah, I mean, obviously we wish we could be, playing the best teams in the world every day, and whether that's in North America, whether it's in Europe. But I mean, there's too many circumstances right now that doesn't really doesn't afford us the ability to kind of spend 2 months here. We saw, EG kind of came and went back with America, and we just realized we didn't want to get into that grind, get into that back and forth. So just make sure that when we get there, we're focused on being there, when we're focused on the benefits that it provides us. So, for our team, and I know every team in North America that makes a trip like this, it's a little bit different. Coming at this point, as difficult as it is these first few days, just felt like the best option. I mean, obviously, this was an ugly match, but at least we're on a good start. At least we're off to
Yeah, you survived the test, mate, and that's what it's all about. Well, best of luck with that day off you got tomorrow in order to get some practice in at least. And thank you very much for joining us. We'll speak to you later on.
Thanks, guys.
And it is tough for these guys, right? It is not easy at all, and that's the point he's making. The schedule's so packed, there's plenty of games to play, but they must deal with the hand that they are dealt. And we must deal with the next game that's coming up. It's EndPoint taking on Heroic. And EndPoint just qualified for the ESL Pro League. Let's see what they can do now against Heroic. final round of 16 match coming your way, and it's EndPoint to take on Heroic. Heroic filled the spot for EG as they couldn't make it on over. At EndPoint, they have their chance to prove themselves once again, but they've already just gone through a best-of-5 grand final earlier today. That's certainly not easy to do, right? Take a grand final, actually qualify for ESL Pro League, and some people, yeah, they can meme about the UK, but I'll back my boys up a little bit here. These guys have been grinding, these guys have been pushing hard for it, and they're certainly on that level where you can say they're on the cusp of trying to reach higher, but it's always that big struggle. This is a completely different league.
Look, you say they've been grinding. Well, I hope they have the stamina, because I cannot emphasize enough how hard it's going to be for them, who just played 4 maps, a BO5 in against Sprout. You said they had 1 map disadvantage. They had to beat them 3-2, and now they're diving into a best of 3 against the second best team in the world. Excuse me, what? You what, mate?
It is a bit of a you what mate moment, but EndPoint had the advantage in that best of 3, just to be clear as well. So they had the advantage and only took it 3-2. It was certainly not easy for them. It's certainly a lot of games, but this is a test of any team will eventually have to go through, so you got to deal with it.
Very important game for them, qualifying for the next season of Pro League. That is going to give them another window of opportunity to really make a mark on the scene. As Maniac said, you got to use a lot of energy for a game like that. Coming in against now Heroic, you can say that most likely they've been focusing on the first game, as a higher priority for now, and then they would go in against Heroic, just trying to do as good as they can with limited preparation, and that is going to play in as a factor as well. The stamina is going to be a big deal right here. If we go to a third map, which if EndPoint are going to win this game, I guess we have to go to a third map. I can't see Heroic losing this one 2-0. It's going to be tough for them all the way through here, but as you said, it's a great opportunity. It's a great window of opportunity for them, for the players to showcase themselves, and they are going up against one of the best teams in the world.
And this is a project that's been going on quite some time. They've been really grinding out and trying to make it work. They've got a fantastic support staff behind them as well, and their coach Ross spoke to Freya just before this game.
Now, you will be coming up against Heroic here, the Blast Showdown. You haven't actually managed to beat them anytime you faced them this year, so how is it going to be different today?
These guys are like the plague. We can't get away from them, honestly. We thought when we got invited to Blast and we got EG, it was like, oh great, something different. But every event we qualify for, like every big event, it just seems to be these guys are always on our case. So it's they're like a bit of and it seems to have coincided with when we started qualifying for these events that they've started to become one of the best teams in the world. So it's difficult, and we just every time we play against them, it's a learning experience. They're great guys, and they're a great team to test yourself against, and you find a lot of flaws in your team every time. So we've given them a run for their money on some maps. So we're just if we find a rich vein of form and things go our way today and our preparation is on point, anything can happen in CS. We can rely on a bit of variance, hopefully.
And this is where he understands the hand he's been dealt and how he needs to deal with it, because you went from going, probably an easy NA team that's going to be a bit floppy, to one of the best in Europe right now. It's not the ideal situation, but you've got to play the game.
It's a bit of a diss for EG, the way we phrase it, but it is true that now you have to play facts. I mean, you have to play Heroic, which arguably is the most improved team of the second half of 2020. Yes. They started in May, I believe, below the sub 30 mark in the ranking. They were 34 to rise to the second place in the world. They even were at the top for a while. That in a span of 6 months. They're one of the top dogs right now.
And one of the things here, right, we talk about this EndPoint roster being the UK boys, but it's not just a bunch of UK boys in there, right? We've got a mix of nationalities. It's basically a European team when it comes to it, but it's a UK organisation. There's been a lot invested into this. It's the best hope we've had in a long time of finding some success. And they can fight a little bit, but for me, even I'm looking at this, I'm trying to make sense of them versus Heroic. Like, this is a whole different level. And again, I feel like we're in that position where we saw Isurus come through, but actually Isurus did a lot better that time.
Give him something, Jacob. He looks so happy when he talks about the UK.
You know what, James, you talk about them like they're a terrible team, they're without any chance of winning against Heroic. I don't think that's the case. I think, and as I said, don't I said yesterday that I'm having a very hard time imagining that EndPoint is going to get more than double digits on any other map against Heroic, but that doesn't mean it can't be a close game, and that doesn't mean that they can't catch off guard Heroic on a bad day. The thing for me is with this lineup is that we don't really know that much about them when they go up against the top opposition. We see them play in the tier 2, tier 3 scene, and they do fine. Qualifying for this tournament, that's impressive. Qualifying for Pro League, that's very impressive. That's a great step forward for this organization and this team. But now, as you said, it's the big test. It's against Heroic, and there's nothing that suggests to me, stats-wise, anything that, Heroic are going to lose this game. One thing I could say is that Heroic seem to be playing a little less good when they're the favorites in the game, so they have lost against some underdogs before.
Okay, one quick question, Pimp. I said definitely EndPoint will get more than 10 rounds on one of the maps. You still said no. Do you think they still is the answer no, or do you think they can?
I'm having a hard time imagining them, getting double digits on any maps. If
it was going to be nice for the ceremony.
If Heroic is playing to the same level we've seen the last couple of months.
Look, we have to be real when it comes to Heroic, and I think Jacob hit it on the nail right there. When they play against teams that they are supposed to be, that might be the only time where they seem to be vulnerable, right? They have lost a couple of series here and there in the Eliza Invitational, for example, which they shouldn't. So if you're an EndPoint fan, you can maybe hope that's going to be the case. Because if for some reason the 5 men we have right here activate at 100%, these are championship winning people right now. This is a championship winning team. EndPoint, we have just celebrated them for qualifying to the events that these guys win. So there is like a disconnect in terms of league, right? But again, it's one best of 3. It could happen.
Let me just give you another one, right? They just played against Sprout and they lost 2 maps to Sprout, 16-2 and 16-7, I believe. Sprout, they lost 16-4, 16-4 against Complexity. They weren't even close to be ready for this level.
Quick math.
You just played an even game against Sprout, and now you're going up against Heroic. It's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a real tough one, James.
It is going to be a real tough one. One thing we know of Heroic, right, is they can always step it up. But like you guys mentioned, they can drop a game here or there. One thing we do know for sure, though, when it comes to Heroic, this is a team right now who have somehow continued to find a way to improve on what they've got.
They have certain individuals, as Haidian, who's on the screen right now, who can pretty much create greatness out of nothing. Haidian has been so influential with the AWP. We've had games where he completely took over. There's another player here that I personally underestimated for a while. It's Tezis. I have to be honest, before he joined that lineup, I thought he was not enough for the top level, and I was wrong. Apparently, I was wrong. It could be a matter of structure in the team, it could be a matter of role, the atmosphere, whatever it is, but he's been shining. He's been overperforming compared to what I have seen in the past, and now he's an integral piece of that puzzle. And then you have Stown. Obviously, Stown, a superstar. For a while, I thought was a little bit missing and not having these type of performance, but now he's truly roaring.
And this is the thing, right? When you look at this roster, they do look like a team where you go, wait a second, who are these guys? And they popped up, right? You got Haidian leading the charge, but we don't see everything from these guys all the time. But one thing we should do is have a listen to Haidian and see what he had to say going into this one, because it's certainly not going to be easy.
Of course, your first matchup here at the Blast Showdown will be up against none other than EndPoint, a team that you definitely have a lot of history with over this past year, but you've managed to beat them every single time you faced them. So how is that affecting your perception coming into today?
Yeah, I saw some tweets from EndPoint. They were not too satisfied with us replacing EG. I think they were looking forward to play EG, and yeah, once again they meet us and they lost so many times, but then again, the next game is a new chance for them to beat us. So they'll probably be hungry to do that. It's never fun to lose to the same team a lot of times. So they're looking to give their everything to beat us. And for us, in that sense, it might be just another game because we played them so many times and had a pretty easy time against them. But we'll be fully focused. We want to do our best. We want to showcase that we can make it far here at the Blast Showdown.
And this is the test for Heroic, right? You weren't even supposed to be here, yeah? And this is what I meant about why it's going to be tough for them, is because this matchup they might think is easy, but you also need to play 100% with this, because it is that no lower bracket run. You will be eliminated for it, and Heroic can't get ahead of themselves on a game like this.
No, they cannot. I do believe, though, they have the map pool going for themselves in that matchup, right? You go up against EndPoint, and we probably have the veto coming on soon. You're supposed to be the favorite, right? You're supposed to be ready, and I don't see a way where they can lose really that veto. Now, in terms of ban, both teams should remove each other's most pick map. It starts with Nuke for EndPoint. I'd be surprised to see Heroic allowing Dust 2 to go through.
Yep.
If they allow Dust 2, EndPoint will jump on it. We're going to take it one step at a time. Should be the Dust 2 coming in as a ban for Heroic.
Yeah, there's no way. No way. Dust 2 is not a map they want to play. Dust 2 is not a map they've been practicing at all. They stay away from it completely, and it's not a map they are looking to integrate into the map pool. So no real surprises here. When it comes to the picks, though, you cannot pick Nuke, which is normally where you always go if you're Heroic. I don't think that the map pool has been looking so strong as of lately. It's been a little bit here, there, and all over the place.
Okay, I'm not going to pretend like I saw that one coming. I thought EndPoint would go for Inferno. That was a possibility. They have decent stats. Heroic had been struggling just a little bit on it. They go for the train pick. Now, if you're Heroic, that Vertigo is open. We have seen Heroic on Vertigo having very good results. They go for Overpass. Maybe they're hoping Vertigo could be a map on the third on the docket.
Yeah, it looks a bit weird when you judge by the statistic. They have a 45% win rate on Overpass, but Heroic is a very comfortable team on Overpass, and they only play against the very best teams in the world on the map as well. They have some close losses, and I think that's not going to steer them away against a team like EndPoint. It's about showing confidence. It's about not showing respect to your opponent here. So whatever you pick right now, if you're Heroic, that's whatever you feel comfortable with, not really taking into account what EndPoint is feeling comfortable with.
Okay, they actually remove Vertigo except to play Inferno. So that right here tells me that, you know what, we don't need to put you in a map where you're uncomfortable. We can beat you at your own game. It doesn't matter that Inferno is a good map for you. If we go pound for pound on a common ground, we're just a better team. And I think I appreciate the philosophy behind it. When you're Heroic, when you're the second best team in the world, tied, with Vitality, fighting in finals and whatnot, you go up against EndPoint, you should not have to 4D chess the veto system. You should just play on a very neutral ground and beat them pretty much.
Well, it's all about beating them when it comes to it, but do you expect Heroic now to just get a big win? Is it needed that they have a dominant performance?
It's going to go one or two ways here. I personally believe Heroic is so much better than EndPoint and have been showing the last couple of months that they are a legit top team, that they will beat EndPoint fairly convincingly. I said yesterday, I doubt they'll get to double digits on either of these maps. That doesn't change when I see the video. I think it's going to be a very one-sided game still. It's going to be one of two ways, though. It's going to be Heroic being very confident, very comfortable, and winning this game 2-0, or it's going to be Heroic struggling and potentially losing to EndPoint. Because I think the one weakness I see within Heroic right now is them not performing well against the underdogs. Whenever they go against a team where they may not show them the same respect as they do when they play Vitality, G2, and so forth, they seem to struggle a little bit. And you said it so perfectly fine before. When you saw the lineup for Heroic, you look at those 5 players, you don't think to yourself that they're a top 2 team in the world at all. I would say they're probably the least skilled team up there as of right now, and that's, no disrespect. They have fantastic individual, gameplays once in a while, but the team is what is carrying this. The team play, the synergy the players between is what makes Heroic so good, not the individual players.
Well, let's see what happens going into this one. It's EndPoint taking on Heroic. Heroic may be the fan favourites with this one, but EndPoint might try and give them a run for their money. Pimp thinks they won't get double digits, but I believe, and we'll see what happens after the break.
Today's a big day for EndPoint. They get a chance to fight one of the best teams in the entire world, and they've already achieved a spot at the Pro League. But now here's your result. You want to get into Pro League? This team in front of you was the 3rd place position in the last season of it, so you were fighting the very best of what is to come. EndPoint, they are going to get outclassed.
Yeah.
That is everyone's expectations.
Yeah, it's a tiring day for them. So, want to have some sympathy for that they have to play a lot of CS. Ironically, teams at this level end up playing a lot more CS than teams that are above them. So it might be something they're somewhat used to, but it is just a long day, no matter how you want to flip it around. And to end it off with a match against Heroic, we'll see. Heroic could have potentially just watched that series to find out more about their map pool. And now they're going to take it to Train. And this match for me is all about Flames versus Heroic. It's all about Train versus Heroic. A map they're both good at. But okay, Haidian's down here, back of the site by the spools. They're all trying to wrap. He finds the perfect off angle, but they have made their way around the Train. However, he is so prepared. Wow, him and Nico putting up all the kills right now.
Yeah, Haidian's going to get aggressive onto the ramp. Surreal will find something here for EndPoint, but they die without their bomb plant. A near team ace. If it wasn't for Haidian hogging 2 kills, Heroic will find opening pistol.
Clean, almost found a third. See how perfect the crosshair placement is here. Doesn't even have to flick. Just enough space to give him enough time to react. Mighty Mac out. And everybody's wrapping the trains, but they don't clear that out. And it's too frantic by the time they get to Haidian. So Heroic up 1-0. Quickly.
Pimp yesterday said that there wouldn't even be double digits across the series for EndPoint accumulatively. It's a big statement.
Yeah.
Don't let him forget it. But at the same time, I kind of want to agree with him. There's no arguing that there is a gap in terms of caliber when we compare these two teams. Heroic, they have absolutely earned the respect in these most recent months, becoming one of the very best to touch Counter-Strike in the online era. EndPoint looking to challenge this B site once more, hoping for maybe at least the bomb plant. This was the force buy, of course. So they've got some deagles to try and work down range. Crucial. Through the brain of Nico, but a frag grenade at the feet of Flamesy. Not the best position for him. He's going to plant out in the open behind that smoke. Crucial's giving cover. All right, then. We've got a little bit for EndPoint to work with. Down, still looking to find himself on the scoreboard. Plays close. A 3rd kill from Crucial's deagle. Don't you tell me he's going to ace this. He's still got teammates if needed. Flames having picked up the MP9. And Heroic gonna have to get this ball rolling. They've got 1 kit on Borup. Crucial will die in the end here, but it's a 1v1 from Mighty Max. EndPoint rob the round.
Oh my god. It comes down to the last few minutes. Hey, at least EndPoint are warmed up.
Sure.
If anything, they're warmed up. They scored this round off of Crucial's great deagles. This open plant on the side of the train is huge. They let the run-up come up and have a deagle in the default bomb position to watch the flank. That's really cool. Like that. They took a risk, of course, getting spammed down through the smoke, but it would have been horrible around there if Haidian flanked and there was one dude just planting the bomb in that position. So, okay, nice return eco round here for EndPoint. And one thing the only demo I've watched of Flames on this map and about him on T side, all around the ladder, being such a good ladder player. So now we'll see if he can really flex that ladder muscle and put together a nice half. However, it looks like the eco might go back both ways. Borup, he's roaming around this site like it's snakes and ladders, finding all different kinds of angles to work with. Incredibly crisp as well with the AK. 1 player left in Flames. Oh my god, it's all falling apart.
That was fun while it lasted. 9 HP for Flames. 1v4 ahead of him. Really Borup making the difference this time.
That was wild.
We're going to get sloppy Counter-Strike.
It will be a bit, yeah.
That's that much I feel for certain.
Sure.
The Death touched on it nicely. Sometimes Heroic letting off the gas pedal when their opponent isn't up to the very best par. So
playing to your opponent's potential, basically.
And also just the characters on Heroic, the people, the humans, they you know, they like to play around. They're really fun guys. So they love playing Counter-Strike at the end of the day. And if they think that they have room to maybe play with their food, I think they're going to try to.
Especially Nico, that guy on your screen.
Heroic
He's
2-1.
partaking in alt chat whenever he gets the chance.
Yeah, he talks a lot of smack in alt chat. It's actually, I would say across all my Counter-Strike games, I feel like Nico's the most consistent. Sometimes too, like even when the other team doesn't answer, he just keeps doing it.
Yes. Hey, listen, I would love to have that guy on my team, right? I don't want to play against that guy because I would get annoyed for sure. But to have him on my team, and I know he's just constantly making the other team even more annoyed, that'll work. That'll help get them the psychological edge for sure. Yeah, you start typing MM2. Okay. Whoa. What?
Oh.
Couple of nice Deagle kills.
Yeah, 100% headshot accuracy. See if Flames can put that to his advantage. Haidian's going to go ahead and kill him at the base of ramp, so 4 versus 3. Frag grenades in contact being shown on Ivy. Little chip damage versus Crucial. We know his Deagle can hit hard. Minute on the clock. Trying to squeeze this from all over the place. The bomb is currently inside of Pop Dog with Mighty Max. And he knows that he could be susceptible to the B push. That's exactly what's coming his way.
Will Haidian go down the ladder is the question. He is thinking about it. He is so close. He's going to push up and hold their fallback. Watch the crouch peek come in from Mighty Max. He looks up and, I think he heard some footsteps inside of T-Con. Maybe just wants to check his flank. Didn't realize you could hear T-Con from that far away. I don't know. Well, anyways, Crucial's come out, and off the corner of a smoke, Stown goes down.
Ooh, he's got an AK, but Borup erases him, and Haidian taking his time. Drops the bomb carrier. 25 seconds to spare here for Robin. And he too taken out on this outer site. So Heroic 3 rounds to 1.
No, none of us think that EndPoint are a bad team by any means. It's just a matter of how good Heroic are and the fact that EndPoint have to come into this after playing such a grueling series before coming into the match. So, we're going to try to be measured about what we say and how the games are going, because it could be a complete stomp. It could be EndPoint really feeling it right now, or just in a great mood and achieving a lot. But whatever happens, it's just you kind of want to be nice to both teams in this situation. So we'll see what happens.
The advantage of being a caster is we can talk about our opinions during the game as it unfolds. Pimp's got to make his strong statements before it even starts.
Yeah, that's true.
So, who's ringing? Stop! Stop that!
It's probably Nico. Okay. It's Crucial. Stop trolling. Why are you trolling? Everyone's executing and he's just dinging the bell. It's to mask footsteps?
Maybe. Why was that so loud on the A site?
It was incredibly loud.
I thought for a second that production was just forcing it.
Force feeding
into the feed.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I don't know. If that's a strat, I don't want to cast train anymore. I'm done with this map.
The bells of victory.
We rung a bit too early.
Yeah, definitely. We're 5 rounds deep and Heroic hold on to 4. But we've got guns up for EndPoint. An immediate attempt into the Pop Dog. Stown meets Mighty Max. Kills him. And Flames able to extend out from T-Con, but it's a double kill for Stown now. 2-man advantage as well for Heroic. As Haidian cuts one off with the op, he's going to slowly sneak into the angle just as they depart here.
Now, Haidian will take this as a invitation to come all the way down to the bottom of Ivy. He'll start to walk up with his op, clear out close positions, and eventually be able to flank T-Con. EndPoint. The jig is up. It's either B or T-Con, but it ain't Ivy. Look at Haidian slinking all the way through spawn, taking his sweet time. It's gonna be one of those situations where he'll get there as they execute and they both die before he can get a kill. Oh, nice sandwich smoke. Whoops.
There's one. And now suddenly Crucial knows how tough of a spot he really is in. Nailed to the wall by Nico. 5-1 for Heroic CT side. And the terrorists will not have enough money to buy in this next one.
Yeah. Great play to get some information quickly. So he sees a guy kind of frantically running away. It doesn't look like a fake to him. He just follows up on the info and comes through with the flank. Only round one here is from EndPoint entering B with pistols, pulling off the eco clutch. The 1v1 with Mighty Max, with Crucial doing the brunt of the damage. Into a similarly stacked round, TeSeS will be pushing up in the ladder, and most of EndPoint are going to mosey their way over towards B and maybe continue forward into a fast explode here. Nico is here watching it, and now he's got Haidian in the back lines as well.
All 5 players from EndPoint have gone past the ladder, so that does open up the possibility of a flank from Heroic. Frag grenade, a bit of a warning. Uh-oh. He body blocked one of the utilities that were meant to throw down ramp, but the op is in position. Haidian gonna cull 2 off the side. And that leaves EndPoint with a bomb plant at least. Borup, immediate headshot into Mighty Max. Another great grenade being thrown out here by Heroic. And another great grenade thrown out here by Heroic. And then a kill from Stown to leave it on Crucial. TeSeS chimes in, Heroic with a 6th.
A quick 6th. At least the plan is something. They'll turn it into a buy, and we'll see what they try. I think, like Heroic in the spot, they're probably going to push a lot of stuff. Might be good for EndPoint to try to see if they can suss out any pushes or throw some kind of fake. Like, if they threw a fake outside, like, I'm almost positive Haidian would just, like, walk up B ramp, for example. So that might be a good opening for them to try to get a kill, if possible. I would play off the fact that Heroic probably feel very, very confident now that we're past the feel-out period of map number 1. Maybe he'll walk up even before they come and test it. Yeah, he's already up, way up. Oh, flames from above. They didn't expect that clear. Well, they get the Haidian kill. That's nice. That's the op down, and the op is unretrievable. He's untradeable.
Oof, good grenade damage as well here. All right, EndPoint working with something. See if they can convert with a man advantage and Stown on half health. Utility looks good. Positioning is decent. There is a bit of a worry for me here with the 2 players pushed into T-Con. There's a chance they cut off one, and then it's kind of just EndPoint fighting for the back of this A site. We'll see. It's kind of their round to lose. But it's going to be surreal. Technically on his own. There is a second player coming. If you were to wait for him, I think it makes more sense. But he's getting a little too antsy. Goes for the clear, and despite the headshot connecting from Borup, it's now a 3v5. Stown's gonna get a kill as they tried to get in from Ivy. Bomb thrown. And TeSeS with a double. Both of those players out of T-Con. He's gonna lock in Olaf Molly at the feet of Robin. And even with the 5 versus 3, it all comes crumbling around them. Nico, oh, you disgust me.
Well, that looked like a great round. It really did. They were getting somewhere. It was close. They got that first trade on Borup without an answer immediately, but let's get a second look at TeSeS. He did so well after the exec. Throw that smoke down, stay alive further, throw the incendiary down, and then the knife kill came out. Nico, Nico, Nico. He did it for the money. He's trying to catch up to the banks of Haidian and Stown.
One knife kill, 8 rounds deep. We'll keep count of it. It's got to chip away at the morale of EndPoint. 2-man advantage, but just couldn't get a footing on the site itself. Borup lays down the Molotov.
Feels like there's a new player in B every round.
Yeah, they're taking turns. And of course, Haidian always nearby here. Bomb carrier's been killed. This TeSeS just sits underneath the ladder, and Borup, well, he goes hunting. Only to fall victim to the hold.
See how this angle pays off. They'll grab the bomb back. They're trying to bait his attention with a few shots. Maybe looking to coordinate a peek after a jump bait. We'll see. Oh, he's getting on the ladder. Okay. A little bit of a risk there for TeSeS. And he'll get killed. Surreal had the fallback out of ladder, so maybe didn't want to fight into that. Nico, he's just under the gun barrel of a player top blue. And now that guy will fall back and come back again. Nico once again gets into position. It looks like a ladder split with T-Con is on the cards. They'll start to make progress across the site, but Nico, he's starting to get a little bit more comfortable, pushing all the way up to hell.
Bullet flies by him.
Wow, that was...
Ooh, he's taking damage. All right. We've got EndPoint with a bomb plant. Something they weren't able to pull off last round, despite having a good position. It's down. Looking to get into the mix. Everybody's up high here for EndPoint. And they hold the predicted peak. Pop Dog belongs to Surreal now. Not that he's within it, but rather clearing it with that one single kill. Bomb is so far gone that Heroic at this point, they're going to let this round slip. The question is how many can survive for EndPoint? Surreal. Bomb goes off. 2 members of EndPoint survive, and they have a second round now.
It's a nice round from Surreal. We'll take a second look at it. Getting the vision top of the site and being very aware of where the flank would come in. Stown surely had that one locked up and even turns around the last moment here for Nico to catch him off as well. Not too happy about that one. Looked like a strange round because he came outside to the top of the train, then fell back into T-Con, and I wasn't actually sure if they were going to commit outside, but they did. So anyways, Heroic will turn this into a 2-op adjustment. Robin tries to fly outside, and he's got some blind players to kill. Surreal, great flash assist there to blind 2 or 3. However, Stown will answer back with a kill of his own until he gets taken down and off out of the rounds.
Haidian also going to fumble.
Well, hey.
EndPoint, I love this. Starting
they don't clear
to crank up the aggression, but Tesses comes wide. Yeah, he's going to get himself a second kill, and we are right back into the even ground. But there's a terrorist up in Z, and Robin now sees the player he needed to kill. Borup into the clutch. He's got the utility to do it. Surreal's going to be back in a position that he performed from just 1 round ago. Could smoke the bomb as the Molotov rains in. Borup goes pushing past it. He's going to exchange incendiaries, in fact, and then try and blanket this with the smoke. He's got a flashbang to try and give him cover. Desperately tapping it once, but there's no time, so he's just looking to call the T's into their own deaths. He's fooled them, Launders.
Yeah, everyone dies, even the Z player. Okay, it's a costly round. He gives it his best shot, but let's talk about these entries. The flash assist helps out a lot here from Surreal. Enough time to jump out to E-Box with your knife out just to go faster and then pull your AK out and still be good. Lands on his feet and Stown gets 1 bulleted, I think, by Mighty Max out at Ivy. And Haidian, wow, he's been farming. 156 ADR already in this game. 15 kills to 4.
Of course, Tesses also 10 and 3 for Heroic. Those are the heaviest hitters from the CT side so far. Plenty of time for EndPoint to turn this on its head. Not sure how many we should exactly expect from them. Good grenades, man. They've been punishing Stown with these frag grenades, and he still hasn't learned his lesson. Just keeps getting beat up and standing back up again. But the punches go both ways. Surreal, half health, thanks to that deep nade from B.
Everyone in pretty good spots. We got a classic A-side setup, watching Ivy passively, and oh my god, Haidian. A few shots go soaring past his head, and then he recomposes and kills Mighty Max. There's already a bunch of kills that go down across the board. Nico gets a most critical one here. That would have made it a 2v2 situation if Heroic find it, but now it's down to Crucial, who, as low as can be, will have to come back and reclaim the bomb as well as kill 3 people, and they're all ready for him. However, great crosshair placement means he'll win one over Tessus. 2 ops remain, which means his health might not be a factor.
Yeah, and with the smoke grenade, he can deny that long range of vision. Waits out the frag, hits it with the flash, grabs bomb. He has a chance to go back to the A site, and it's for that reason Heroic have to keep their 2 players split.
Yeah, this is a tough call. He knows if he crosses all the usual spots, he's just going to get opt.
I like this.
He does find a timing, but he doesn't notice Nico's actually just standing there, and Crucial will get caught out. There was definitely a chance for a moment. A couple of these players, I should say, Surreal, Crucial, they've been to NA, right? So yes. Crucial has played on Splice. And I can't remember, did Surreal play? He played on Complexity with Death?
Correct.
Not mistaken. And I believe that Death came in as like the hottest prospect out of the UK. And then Surreal followed him basically after that as one of the next guys that a lot of people were talking about. So it's cool to be able to cast them again, to see them playing on a bigger stage and still being kind of like relevant in the game. 'Cause I really thought Crucial was a great opper. I'm surprised more didn't come of his career earlier. And for Flames, I think he is like really all of that. I feel like he could fit in some of the really top teams with the way that he plays. I feel like he plays with a lot of maturity and knows how to play for himself and is very, very consistent at his level.
Just going to bounce into the B site. Not announcing themselves with any utility, so Borup actually kind of lets them get in. But then the problem, obviously, no tools to hang on with. He blows Mighty Max off of the oil tankard.
No head armor.
That actually comes back to haunt Tesses. Now we've got players behind, though. Look at this. Oh, it gets checked by Stown, who quick-scopes him down. And Crucial has a chance, only to die to the AWP of the Haidian. And it is all over. A 9th for the CT side of Heroic. But considering what they had to work with, you got to give them credit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no surprises there. Look at the defuse. I was kind of like, oh, no head armor, because they just have so much money to buy. He obviously does get 1D coming up on this flank. This is Borup's grenade that lands right behind Mighty Max. Just trying to make his way quietly up the ladder. Just trying to mind his own business, get the ladder. They won't let him do it. All the Heroic players very aware of all the pushes that are coming, and they're sticking to it. This double op setup, it's been working well for them. Does feel like EndPoint are a little bit outclassed now here at 3-9. But we've seen some good stuff, some big plays here from Surreal. See if they can get anything going now into round 13.
That double op. Bit of a burden. Haidian's got 2 players beyond, and ooh, Mighty Max. Nice headshot to start here. Tesses? Double naded.
Oh, that's how you do it.
Blown into tomorrow.
Gotta love that.
Stown's going to be the second op to try and control Ivy. Having lost Haidian on the other side of the smoke, it now fades, and he connects into Crucial. Nico takes a deep position in T-Con. We get the terrorists still exchanging grenades with Ivy. And they could hit this A site in the form of a 3-pronged assault.
Personally think B is the spot to go. Because the ladder, the T-Con control, Borup's alone in B. They have the op outside still, but they're not scared at all. They want to go back towards Ivy. Is the bomb towards B or?
Bomb's on Ivy.
Bomb's on Ivy, okay.
Half of EndPoint is on Ivy, and Nico doesn't check it.
Wait a second.
He's getting distracted by the utility usage over on B, but
hold on,
players.
They're going to go outside, and Stown on the site might get caught off guard. I guess he's kind of aware at this point, but
he is stuck in an awful position. He's just basically hoping to take players with him, but right behind him is a player in Z, Surreal. Gets that trade kill. Borup is all that's left over. Really nice movement here from EndPoint to double back from that B ramp where Nico had thought things were going to unfold because of the utility usage. I mean, there was a pinnacle moment with Nico. He gets through T-Con. Either he checks deep Ivy and sees half of EndPoint with bomb, or because of the sound cues and presumably Borup telling him this information, he heads the opposite way, and it costs them. EndPoint, 4 rounds on this T side at least, with a bit more room to improve.
Definitely. Like the attack on ladder. This is where Flames is every day of the week, trying to make the CT uncomfortable at the bottom of the ladder. And Tessis, it's not an easy guy to kill, so it's a big dub. Drop the exploding marbles on him from the top of the ladder and took a confident crouch peek in to get the kill. We'll see if any spawns will grant a CT push into ladder again, and if they'll try to fight him. Glad that this kill turned into a round, because that's a big one.
Yeah, nice quick headshot. Just always looks ridiculous.
Yeah, jumping off a ladder sideways. Yeah.
You get the zoomies for like half a second. All right, look at this. They've made Heroic take a pause. Used 4 out of 4. That's what the graphic said. Used 1 out of 4. Just keeping you on your toes, production.
Yeah. We read them every time. That makes a bit more sense. That would be trolling, I think, if they use 4 out of 4.
Honestly, I read 4 out of 4 and I was like, am I really that slow?
Am I
haven't noticed
insane?
these? But stop gaslighting me.
Been gaslit.
All right. Heroic obviously taking a pause because they had to crunch the numbers. They had to do some maths. Not always easy. Borup is going to be the only player with real tools to work with, so a potential 5th for EndPoint, unless Heroic play their one card right. Frag grenade goes down ladder. Molly.
Then they leave. Muddy Max, the brain of the T side here. Calling the outside explode. Without ladder is a little bit scary. They'll run forward.
M4's in a great spot.
Oh my god, it's perfect.
He's losing teammates
Look
already.
at the lines of sight that he has. This is just such a powerful angle. I mean, even when the smoke comes up, I wouldn't be surprised if he just sits there. Oh, Crucial will take him out. A nice, confident pick. Could have very easily died. Nico will look for the flank, and oh, some crazy movement makes it difficult for Crucial to adjust his scope. And M4 will be picked up. The fake plant was there, which makes things interesting. Tenuous situation, and there's only now Mighty Max left on the back of the site. It's all gone wrong.
First position, got the ball rolling. Mighty Max looking to put an end to this. 35 seconds. He's trying to dodge the op deep in T-Con, but that other player now found. Haidian's just got the pistol, and Mighty Max, he knows it. Chases him out through Z.
Oh, Jesus.
Just dodging bullets, man. Left, right, and center. 25 seconds to spare. Gets the reload.
Haidian, big flank.
Yep. Mighty Max still wanting to deal with that Opper, but Haidian using his timing perfectly to wrap all the round onto Ivy.
Oh, so far, yeah, just missed that timing by a smidgen.
And as he takes down the Opper, he gives his back to Haidian.
Oh!
And Mighty Max! Beautiful 1 versus 3.
Okay, well done. Haidian even got into the key position, like the one spot that he was not going to check, the biggest of flanks. He still spins around for the kill. Yes, it is just versus a couple of USBs as well, but a very nice clutch. Like, nicely played on all these different spots. A few different shots being hit here, or missed, excuse me, by the CT side, but he'll capitalize and punish.
What an intentional jump as well from Mighty Max off of the train stopper. Because think about Haidian. He's holding the angle from Ivy, hoping he walks into it. Jumping into the open like that, yeah, it takes a little 90-degree spin around, but hey, he does it. Cool. EndPoint gonna get 5 rounds at least. Now they're starting to exchange kills here on the outer site. Borup to the top of the blue train. He's looking for the kill on T-Con, but Mighty Max is able to get one before he inevitably dies. Unfortunately for EndPoint, here in the final round of the first half, they've got low HP on 2 of the remaining 3. But they are versus the double op, so if they can get a bomb plant, if they can just group up and hit something together, there's no reason not to believe that they couldn't walk away with a 6th.
Haidian seems to be paranoid that someone has walked across the site. This leaves an open line out at upper, and he'll actually recede just in case they have taken over B, but this will also have him call for help. We've got Borup pushing all the way through spawn, and Haidian, again, in a passive position to make sure that they can't cross, but the bomb plant is in.
Smoke kind of counters down. He's going to jump up onto the spool, and got to keep your head down. That is a counter opper. Down to 66. Close player is Surreal, AK in hand. This is going to be some combat opping from Haidian. Oh, and he misses the barrel stuff, but Borup will then strike from behind. Flames clears it as he still hangs on to that upper control, and Sound a bit desperate. 2 missed shots, and the time is what makes the difference. A 6th from EndPoint's T side means they are in business. Those final 3 rounds doubled their count. Join us after the break.
Okay, press S, I cannot see anything. Okay, I see now. Move the mouse, don't move. Are you blind?
Yeah, I'm super blind.
Oh, press E. You're gonna open the door. Okay. Okay, try to move your cursor to the right a little. Yeah, stop. That's good. Now just use the keyboard. Press D. Keep pressing. Yes. Press W now and go. Just go, bro. Go free. Okay, stop now. Yes. Okay. Now is the hard time. Wait. Oh, I think you're gonna go there. Move the mouse to the right a little. Okay, jump and keep pressing W and A. Maybe it goes through. Okay, we have to go back. Okay, a little to the S a little. Okay, turn left. I need to see what's happening. Okay, press S. I cannot see anything. Okay, I see now. Yes. Jump a little. Jump again. Yes. Stop. Press W. Keep going. Stop. Keep jumping and walking forward. Oh no, go back. I messed up. Okay, stop. Turn the mouse to the right. Oh, that's gonna be hard. Yes, go. Yes, good. Now go press D and go. Keep going D. Oh, we got it. Nice. Okay, now just stop. Look to the left so I can see what's happening there. Oh, yes, press W and jump. Nice, you are inside the bathroom now. You have to turn and close the door. Yes, we got it.
Nice. I need to open a new one. Let's go.
Oh, that's you go ahead to the next one. Okay, keep walking crouched. Yes. Now keep jumping. Turn left with the mouse now. More left. That's it. Now crouch and start running. Okay, keep going. Now you're gonna walk and start walking forward, just very slowly, crouched, so I can tell you to stop. 3, 2, 1, stop. Start walking forward. You can walk faster because hopefully you're safe. Okay, stop now. Look to the right. No. Go left a little with the mouse. Stop. A little to the right now. Yes, that's good. Walk forward. Yes, we got it. A little more forward. Keep going forward. Yes, we got in that bathroom now. We close the door now. Amazing.
EndPoint possibly exceeding expectations, but it wasn't until we got to the waning few rounds of that first half that they strung some together. And it's, well, still great performances from Haidian and the boys on Heroic. It's just that EndPoint have slipped through a few rounds before they took to the CT side of Train, which is their map pick.
Yeah, so again, the highest win percentage here for EndPoint. Best it'll get for them in this series potentially, but would be one hell of a win if they do pick it up. Especially after the day they've had. So, Mighty Max, will he get cleared? Yeah, he will get cleared. 100% he'll get cleared. And the CTs that are there trying to hold the site behind him will also get cleared. Flames can only get a single kill, 2 left over. They both died. Man, that was quick.
So I have a hunch here that, Heroic kind of letting off the gas pedal at the end of the CT side because they have to play to the tempo and pace of their opponents. And we saw EndPoint multiple rounds just kind of slow things into the mid-round moments. I don't expect that from Heroic unless it starts to go badly. Right out the gates, they're going to do what they just did round after round. There's going to be no respect given. It's going to be aggression and headshots, and probably a lot of them. Maybe EndPoint will prove to us that they can weather that aggressive storm. But if you consider the caliber of these teams and players, it's not meant to unfold like that. Mighty Max, already down to half health. One of the 2 scouts for EndPoint here in this 17th round.
Wow. Look at how much progress Stown has made.
Yeah, in such a little amount of time. They just want to go for their fights, but Flames, well, he's going to give him something to chew on. Desert Eagle headshot connects through the train. Borup next in line. He's got 2 players ahead of him. Mighty Max with the scout up close. And this isn't going too well for Heroic. They're trying to find their way back in, but there's so many CTs on this outer yard. Now they're starting to take damage.
Controlling back six is really important in this position, but Tessus will almost die trying to do so. That nade, oh, that'd be sick if that landed, but it seems to bounce just backwards at him. Flash to help him cross outside. Smoke now to back six, and this opens up a few more lines. The CTs might try to rotate around this. It's no clear way out of this round here for the Ts. I think you make progress around the right side like they're doing, make sure there's no ladder flank, and then try to isolate these angles at the back of the bomb. As for EndPoint, kind of just sit and wait, try not to die, and burn more time off the clock.
Haidian, creepy crawling in. Finds one of the pistol players. Still both those scouts in play. One of which in Z. Now that one's down as well. Surreal, he will find the Deagle headshot and a following
Surreal.
two.
Damn. Make it real.
EndPoint with another force buy. That is exactly what they did in the first half. But then that one round they won, it was countered by 6 in a row from Heroic. So let's see if they can really grab this chance with both hands and hang on. Surreal pops Haidian.
Damn. That's a pretty sick round.
And Heroic back to the drawing board.
The lead thins even more. Game becomes a bit more real here. Of course, the full investment is out. Heroic will make a walk over towards B, where it looks like Surreal is playing quite far back. Potential for a plant to be given up. But sometimes better a plant than losing the entries and potentially jeopardizing the round.
Robin just moved his crosshair off of the ramp. That actually let a player out. Now he's going to be out in the open taking a tidbit of damage, but Surreal delivering a multi-kill yet once more. And Crucial very hot on the heels of the ramp man. Bomb's been thrown down to the dirt as well, don't forget it. Haidian killed, and EndPoint within 2.
It's always nice. Even the surviving the ecos is always good. The anti-ecos, that's good. Big smile here on the face of Crucial as we get closer to a tied score line. Not enough money to buy for Heroic as they tried to scour one back on what was supposed to be, well, after losing an anti-eco into what was supposed to be just an eco. Oh, they just pretended. They were going to run outside. They baited out some utility. And they'll cancel it. What are the odds of getting a plant from here, Connor?
Slim to nothing.
Okay.
They got one flash left. Look at Crucial wasting no time. He's going to kill them before they can even throw their flashbang.
Oh, they needed that flash. That flash was everything.
Whoa! Everybody's here. It's a party. Flames with 2 kills and a third. That is money, 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 money.
So much money made between the two of them. All in MP9 kills. One round the difference, and we do have a map. Dare I say it.
Hey, Pimp.
Yep. We're looking at double digits. Did he say double digits?
He said double digits across the series max.
Okay.
Across the series.
Max?
As in maximum 10 rounds across the series.
Oh, I see. So they're meeting the quota unless they get 60 node.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, love to slow that down on the desk. Appreciate another pointed prediction by Pimp. Always creates for some interesting content.
Yeah. His predictions, as good as his gameplay tips. Haidian's gonna find a bit of timing out from Ivy. Picks up the frag versus Mighty Max. Do they fall back entirely here? Yeah, they're gone. But Tessus, in the meantime, falls down in the ladder room thinking it was gonna be a breeze. And instead, he gets a stiff arm from Robin. Borup's going to challenge out from the ramp, and there's nobody here to face him at all. EndPoint offering the B bomb site for free. But it comes at a cost in the end. Flames getting an M4 kill versus Nico. Borup, he did bomb plant in the meantime, and his teammates are both back above him. Perfect grenade from Robin. Lands on the money. And well, EndPoint, they're going to waste no time taking back control of this site itself. They have a Molotov down onto the kit players, Surreal, he didn't have full health, so he had to give up the defuse. Not afforded a stick here. Now he's right back onto it, and Haidian, while he is killing other players, doesn't get Surreal. So we are tied at 10.
They get it, the quota. We definitely have to clip Pimp for this one. We definitely have to clip Pimp, slow it down, play it beside him on the desk. I cannot wait for this. They said we're looking for it. I'm very much looking forward to this.
If you need some help production, it was last night. Last night in the closing segment of the broadcast.
Oh, it's not even today.
He was so confident he made the prediction 24 hours before he had to.
Amazing that you remember that. I'm so glad.
I don't forget.
Oh, let's go.
I don't forget.
Make some content here.
Yow! Frag grenades are on point. Heroic, though, not going to fade away from this outer sight at all. In fact, they try to sink right into it, but Flames, he's going to challenge in close proximity of the E-box. He's got Surreal over his shoulder to lend a helping hand, and all of Heroic have nearly exited T-Con, but with so little health. Stown missing shots as Flames gets the better of him, and dare I say it, EndPoint are about to have a lead.
Not even. I mean, they're looking like the best team here out of the two. Oh, I said it like that. They look amazing. Let's go. CT size looking strong. They are not losing any trades now. They've started to turn up. This was 9-3 down, I think, at one point. It's become more than a respectable game. It's become heroic. Are they looking like they're going to drop a map of the series? Not like this is a bad map for them at all. They have some huge wins on Train. I'm going to list them off. Their last 3 games in total, Heroic dropped 12 rounds in 3 games.
Read them to me.
NIP 16-6, Apex, Jacob's new team, 16-4, and NIP again, 16-3.
Oh my God.
Smoked everyone.
Those scores as impressive as Mighty Max's final frag. A little no-scope to send Heroic onto the back foot. Good thing Heroic still had some pauses because they've gone ahead and called a second.
Yeah. Now, there's significantly more CT rounds won by Heroic. It's actually a big reason why they do win. 68% compared to the 46% on the T side. But, of course, the level of competition is not exactly even with teams they've played before, which makes it even more curious how we could have a result like this. Well, Haidian going above and beyond, at least.
That's the utility damage. Damn, Robin. We see you. EndPoint are on fire. Holy moly.
This will be a big day.
It's already been a big day.
Yeah.
Might be even bigger. Gargantuan. It's not over. Nico, he's got the Deagle, and we know he can use it. Flames on the bomb site, watches them exit, and that's what I'm talking about. Now, Surreal's able to answer with a double kill off of the AK. He just threw himself inside of the site, and it worked out wonderfully so far. He loses half his health in the process, but at least he cuts down some numbers from Heroic. They had a double man advantage. And they do have their hands on one M4, but it's pistols for the other 2.
Oh, if he ran out of bullets, Surreal. He definitely would have got a few in the feet.
Predicts the peak. It's a reposition from that Deagle playing on the train stopper. Surreal, he's going to start to extend out. Mighty Max trying to take his shoes off, but they're steel toes. And Haidian, well, now he knows where there's 2 CTs at. Him and Borup combined for a couple kills, and oh, Mighty Max, is he about to clutch another 1v3? He's going to give chase to Haidian, who tucks tail and sprints away. Mighty Max sticking the defuse. It is insult to injury.
The turns around, gets the 1D as well. Mighty Max, another clutch.
Put that on your calendar. Put that on your big planner. Mighty Max, another one. Oh, no.
That was a wrap. They had Haidian on the flank. That was an insane second entry. Even the first one was very tricky. This is crazy.
Then he turns on him.
Oh, my God.
Sup?
Wow. No kidding around.
Now, of course, that was just the pistol round for Heroic, so they've got to remind themselves that they weren't even supposed to win. It's back in with the guns, but Mighty Max delivering an opening kill here on Ivy. He is completely pinned into this position. His teammates are trying to come help him, but that actually draws them into the line of fire for Borup. So luckily, Flames can trade that kill. Mighty Max... Oh! What?
What the hell? Okay.
What? He jumps away from the smoke because, I mean, again, Borup, his kill meant that nobody was there to help Mighty Max anymore. And once Mighty Max knew he was on his own, he only could rely on himself. And that's how he pulls out what was absolute magic. I would love to see that kill. I wonder if he was even out of the smoke before he shot. I wonder if he was jumping when he shot, because he was so desperate to get out of that position that his movement was wild.
Ooh.
It's not over yet.
Quick grab on the shoulder peak.
Somebody got smeared on the side of this train. Tessa smokes off the Ivy player.
A flash to push through. Coming up on 25 seconds. Potential for a plant. Surreal will go down. This does open things up a little bit. 2-on-2 situation, and Haidian has this back lines push. Tessus can kind of play for himself. Flames will pop up.
Both players just bouncing into the position.
Let's see how far Haidian goes, actually. He's out his scope. He's not aware that there could be someone at Ivy, and he'll start to run away, but only to get shot in the head. Another clutch by Mighty Max,
who absolutely had no business offering us anything in this round. When we get that replay of him and Ivy, you'll realize just how desperate he was at one point in this round. Gets his opening kill, then a smoke pops in front of him.
Give it a shot.
Oh my god, and then executes Haidian, who turned his attention. He had assumed Mighty Max got off elsewhere, but Mighty Max spending the entire round in Ivy, and now EndPoint are in a 3-round lead. This is like liquid levels of a comeback. 7 rounds in a row on this defensive half. 3 of those 7 by way of defuse, and now they are back in with a double op setup. Surreal, this play is sick. Already pushing past the players as they so quickly sink their feet into the B site, but it's quicksand. They're enveloped, and they are desperate for some sort of breath of fresh air. It is punishment from Robin, just pummeling them through smoke with the shots off the M4. Another headshot connects, and they are 2 rounds away from taking train off of Heroic.
Okay, they're no longer, like, Heroic's not asleep or anything like that, you know. They just come in for this full exec. Surreal makes a great play to come up the ramp. This kind of get-right style lurk in front of the smoke. Sees 2 more players go past him. He doesn't try to overplay his hand. Instead, will stay up there and take the fights on the individuals, and they are just losing their individual duels. Pimp is in tears right now in the green room. In tears.
Guys, I didn't mean it.
There are 8 rounds in a row here won by EndPoint. 8.
3 retakes in a row. As many retakes in a row as Mighty Max has clutch wins.
Clutch wins, man. So clutch.
And honestly, he might have more than 3. I just remember them so well, because 2 of them are 1v3s. How does he do it?
Just got to play a best of 5 before every important match. Get really warmed up. How do they have the stamina?
I mean, I think you touched on it a little bit before the game started. Teams of their caliber who are so used to playing long days of Counter-Strike who have to go through all the online qualifiers. They've got to have bigger gas tanks. And also the confidence of knowing, like, they've achieved probably one of the biggest wins of their entire Counter-Strike careers already today. What do you have to lose? Tesses, he opens up here in the 25th round, but Mighty Max on the E-box, getting surrounded. Nico drops him. Even 3v3 with Flames on shaky legs. Surreal just turned his attention in the wrong direction. Nico, he's going to open this up towards the B site, and Borup, well, now that he knows the rotates have gone over, calls for them to come back. Outmaneuvered.
Oh, yikes. Now they're just shunned out of even rotating into the A site. And it looks like Borup will go take over Ivy control just to make sure they have no position. However, it depends how far he goes, right? Okay, Crucial. It looked like that duel was about to come up, but his teammate is not interested in attempting the retake. So Heroic will win one back, finally. First in how long? How many rounds?
First in... Well, it's been 8 in a row.
8 in a row, wow, okay.
3 1vX's. 2 of those clutches also with the defuse. So it's not like Heroic have been completely out of these rounds. It's just that they've so consistently fallen the way of EndPoint. So welcome back, Heroic.
I guess it's so funny because Mighty Max has won so many clutches, he's just got 10K. Chillin'. Opping, dropping ops. Are they going to try it again is a question. Again, they cannot let off the gas pedal now. They'll pick up 2 ops again. I think it's a good use of the money. They spend most of what they have. Crucial still got a little bit left over. But we'll see. It was a good mid-round adjustment from Heroic. And certainly, you know, they're going to be playing the rest of this map out like it's a major final, right? Like this is literally them feeling and realizing they could absolutely lose this game. So let's see what kind of game you call, Haidian, when things get really testy.
CT's up close.
Oh my god! That's commitment.
Continues the spray down right into the head of Borup, but they are still going to challenge past this. A little bit of Olaf control for Stown, but I say little bit because there's smokes and fire on both sides. CT's looming near enough to stop him, but he can't get that second kill. It's Robin just on the other side, cleared out by Tesses. A 3v3. Health advantage to the way of EndPoint, clearly. But they've got 2 ops in this situation. And all 3 players on this A site.
They're a bit clustered. That incendiary works well. Okay. Bomb's starting to work its way back into B. How much utility is left over? Not much to get into the site. And they know there's an op here, which makes things sketchy. It looks like they're still just kind of chilling, waiting for flanks. And Nico will start to make a move. It's clear right now. I mean, seriously, they're thinking, I guess they're thinking we just retake. Wait, what am I talking about? The bomb is still in T-Con. I thought it was Nico to think about going for a plant. Nobody's moved at all. Now the flank's being watched, but it's a timing window.
Nico walks up on it. That's Crucial killed. Suddenly this A site seems a little more open for the taking, but Mighty Max is always here. And Mighty Max doesn't lose clutches. At least that's how it's felt so far. Haidian, oh, first shot's good. But the second, he turns his back to him. And then Haidian gets around the corner. Suddenly things get a little bit more difficult. And well, Surreal, he's walking into it, but Haidian misses a crucial shot. And Surreal will take the clutch. Another one for EndPoint. 15 rounds secured. 4 map points.
Wow, unstoppable in the clutch. That looked like a good one for Haidian. Pretty much right in the middle of his screen. Tried to go for the no-scope. And they did not grant him with the kill. EndPoint up 15-11. We hear that sound. That is the sound of match point and a team ace.
Team ace.
Wow, well done. I actually love how Haidian played this clutch. Not knowing that the last guy was Ivy, that was pretty cool, but could not hit the shot. And I think there's a point where Haidian could have gone to plant the bomb. They didn't need to come out of T-Con in that way. I think it was Nico after the first kill. Maybe it would have been an easier round from there on out, but EndPoint had full control of things, man advantage and everything.
Wow. Not shying away from the initial fight. Borup, he just goes flying out here, but the ops absolutely sing a glorious tune. Is it coming home? At least here on the first map, Tesses taking to the top of the train yard. Haidian is back behind him on a quarter of his HP. And he just saw him up in the office. Tesses takes his head off. Mighty Max falls back. And his teammate tries to as well, but Surreal doesn't go all the way into the depths of it. Mighty Max hitting another shot. The absolute MVP of this first map's gone down. It is Haidian looking for his 30th kill, but another missed shot's gonna cost him. And EndPoint doing the unthinkable, winning map 1.
The clutch doesn't stop. They literally won nearly 100% of the clutch rounds. If it wasn't 100%, I don't know. And Mighty Max, I mean, he's not known for his stats, but goddamn, what a map.
There was a while where Mighty Max was supposed to be like the hero of the UK team, right? He was the star of EndPoint, but there was so many renditions of this roster until we finally ended up with this one. And with the players around him being able to perform, he kind of took a backseat for a bit. Not tonight. Not when it absolutely matters most. EndPoint, this could be a glorious day of Counter-Strike. It already has been. Does it get better? Well, that's the question. We'll throw this one over to the analyst desk and see you guys soon for map 2.
Okay, EndPoint are most likely. Oh, I'm gonna say it. EndPoint they're not gonna get double digits on any of the maps tomorrow.
Is that 100% pin pressure?
That is 100% gonna happen. It happens 9 out of 10 times. 100%.
That's 100%. We got it. I just wanted him to, fall into that one. We good.
100% 9 out of 10 times. So this was the one time.
This
You
was
got
the
a way
one time
out.
where it
This is the
didn't
one
happen.
time.
He was
Simple as
ready.
it is.
He had it ready.
To be fair, I think it's time to address this little madness that we call the predictions, that we call, being up here on the desk. I am so goddamn tired of all the Twitter warriors out there. At least come at us before the game begins. It's okay to watch the game, then see, all right, EndPoint, they're playing fantastic Counter-Strike. They fully deserve this win. Let's, give them the credit for that first and foremost. They beat Heroic, and they were by far the better team. But at least, if you want to, play with us big boys up here, come to us before the game begins, and not after you've seen the result. Let's just be a little bit silly.
That is the funniest thing, right? We put these predictions out on Twitter, and then every time it's like, no one says anything when the predictions go up, apart from the really hardcore fans, and then all of a sudden we just get, ha ha ha, why did you predict that? It's like, if we knew it,
And again, I mean, our job at the beginning of the game is to set the scene and manage expectations.
Be real.
Look at results, look at shape, form, results, whatnot. There was no way for us to stand here and say, oh, you know what, EndPoint, actually, they favor Gun Train. They should win against Heroic. No, it was not the case. It was not the case. Heroic, again, coming here has huge favorite. And the first few rounds in that game all painted that picture. It was 6-1, 7-1 actually for Heroic. Everything was going fine. It was going great. And then suddenly, EndPoint, they just scrapped a couple of rounds on their T side, and then they broke them on the second half.
And one thing here, right, this is again just another notch on the belt of EndPoint. You just get this run, you manage to qualify for ESL Pro League, you now just beat, first of all, it's just one map, but they take them down on train, the second best team in the world right now.
I'll go as far as saying, no matter how EndPoint is going to do from this point and onwards, they've already accomplished something in this game tonight that I didn't expect, that neither of us expected, to be fair. So sure, they played a great game of train. They were by far the best team on train as well. It was not a game that was going back and forth in the sense that you felt that, Heroic, had they won this round or this clutch, they probably would have won it. EndPoint were the better playing team on train, and I don't think anyone could have forecasted that. Not even the players themselves. Obviously, they have to say that they believe in the victory, and they showed that on the server. But coming to think of it, right, Heroic, we spoke about a little bit coming into this game as well. Whenever they are the favorites, whenever they're the top dogs, they seem to just go down a level or two, sort of play up to the opposition's level, and this time around, they were just better than them.
Well, one thing we've got to take a look at is some of our eco plays here, and this was the one that literally broke Heroic's back.
Indeed, I believe I found the round where it all began. The force by one by EndPoint, and it was a messy situation. We have here round number 17. We see Heroic trying to pinch that A bomb side, but they're being careful. I don't know if careful is the right word. Maybe they're being undecisive. We see Flames taking that first advantage onto Stone with the Deagle. Then Borb is the next one on the line, trying to find that trade kill. Not really able to. Mighty Max getting quick work of him. Now it's a 3v5. Heroic will have the opportunity to put one back for them. It's a 3v4 now. They're testing the waters. They're trying to find any way back in. Now, we're 25 seconds in. It's the clutch situation. Haidian is making his way. That kill here should be the round decider. He's even going to add one more to the tally, taking that duels towards Link. That is beautiful. At this point, you feel it's over. That's it. They've made the difference. It's a 1v2, but Surreal with the Deagle. 1, 2, 3 shot of Deagle. And with that, the crumble of Heroic on the second half.
And that's when we then saw EndPoint start to push it back, right? Start to run it back in a big way, and Heroic, they didn't really have the answer.
No, unfortunately they didn't, and I think it was disappointing on their behalf, seeing them not having more in the tank to figure out what to do on their T side. They got one T round besides the pistol round. That's simply not good enough if you're supposed to be the second best team in the world. There was nothing telling me coming into this game that would be the case for Heroic. I've said it on Danish television before. I said it in a couple of interviews that I think they're not right now the second best team in the world. They're up there because they're playing some solid Counter-Strike, but it seems to me like they're slowing down a little bit. But slowing down is one thing. Losing to EndPoint in this fashion, where you absolutely get outmaneuvered on the map, complete different scenario.
Look, I'm not trying to find any excuse for Heroic because I don't think there is, but we need to address the clutch situations, right? Mighty Max won at least 3 clutches, 1vx, 1v2, 1v3. All of them went in favor of EndPoint. All of these 50-50 moments where you think like Heroic could have found a way back into the game, Mighty Max won all of them. I agree with you. It is not supposed to happen. We should be standing here talking about how Heroic won all of these clutches because that is the old storyline. It's the experience, it's the resilience, it's being composed at the right time. It was not the case. That man on your screen, we're going to have some of these situations right here. That is a 1 versus 2 it was in the first half. Very, very important round. Then again with the Deagle being absolutely key, sniping around, moving around the map. That is beautiful right here. He did it once more with the Deagle. Look at this. That was another 1v3 where he diffuses just before and even kills Haidian. Adds insult to injury. Mighty Max was all over the place. Now, this is not an excuse for Heroic. That shouldn't have happened, but we need to talk about him.
Yeah, and this was EndPoint being prepared, right? We saw when they picked into train, you guys were a little bit surprised by it, but they have something to be very pleased about here. And I want to hear some of their mic'd up moments because they were a hyped and happy EndPoint.
I don't see anyone in main.
He's holding flash! 8 demons! Holy shit! Unloads there!
Yeah.
Love.
Nice guys.
Did you run the whole way? Yeah, you still mowed them down as well. That's what you want to hear going into this, but we're going into a very different scenario now when we move on over to Overpass, because not only is it Heroic's pick, it's not exactly a map that EndPoint are fond of.
Nah, it's a map they played twice the last couple of months, and they've had mixed results. A win against Movistar Riders, not necessarily a good one, and then a loss to North, I believe, which is a team that is right now no longer a team. So not really a good bag of results. It could be the thing that EndPoint have been practicing Overpass, the fact that they're allowed it coming into this, but I think it's more a case of them not wanting to play Nuke against Heroic and thinking, you know, we may stand a better chance on Overpass. If that is the thought process coming into this video, coming into Overpass, they're going to struggle.
And besides the result from EndPoint, right, is the fact that they haven't played the map officially in 2 months. So obviously we're stuck here talking about practice and whatnot. Maybe they're ready on the map. No, the results, the data point towards Heroic having a huge advantage on Overpass. And even though when you look at the results, there's a little bit of red here and there. Losses against North, for example, not too great. Lost against Godsend, but they also beat, no, it was lost against Vitality, sorry, but they beat North, but they play the map a lot. They've played it in official. EndPoint closes that in a 2-0.
Yeah, and this is what we're looking at here. We're going back to that scenario where Heroic should now prove that they're the better team.
They should, you know, and this, again, despite what we just saw here, there's nothing that points towards Heroic losing Overpass. There's not a single stat line, there's not a single storyline, there's nothing you can say that points towards them losing Overpass. It wouldn't make sense. It would be a big surprise, and that's another thing we have to address, right? It was the same thing with Train. Heroic were the favorites, so the fact that EndPoint is able to win and do it in the fashion they are, that in itself should be celebrated as something cool, something nice, and not, you know, an opportunity to rack down at certain people with glasses up here on the desk. Now, on Overpass, there's one thing that I worry for Heroic. There's one thing that worries me a little bit right now. The fact that Haidian had such a good game on Train and the rest of the team was so silent when it comes to the individual performances, that could be a problem coming into Overpass. Those are not performing. You can get run over quickly on a map like Overpass, so they have to step it up besides Kerrigan.
They do have to step it up, and yet Haidian can't be the only one that's dealing all the damage when it comes to this one. It may be Heroic's pick, but EndPoint are looking strong. They've already played a best of 5 across 4 maps. Make this the 5th now, it will be going on to the 6th. Will they run out of steam, or can they take down Heroic? We'll be finding out after the break.
as we turn to the permaband map of EndPoint, I didn't expect to be having to consider a third one. I'm actually at a loss for words, it seems, after that result on Train, dude. I just can't quite believe it. I mean, let's be real. If it's not for the clutches of Mighty Max and Co., they're not even still in this series.
Maybe.
But it's the fact that they could deliver those clutches that makes this so impressive.
Maybe you needed all of them. Maybe not. I don't know. It was 15-11, so they even had room to work with beyond the clutches. Like, they actually just smoked them. Clutch Max, baby! The real clutch minister.
Are we sure this is real?
Do we know if Stound's on the zero sugar drink or the full of sugar drink? That's what we want to know. He switches gears sometimes. Okay. EndPoint Heroic. Map 2 overpass.
Let's do it.
Sample size is small here for EndPoint. It'll be a stretch. But Train was supposed to be a stretch too. We already had a big surprise today. Maybe we have room for another.
Let's find out. CTs just basically evacuate the B site, go ahead and give it over to Heroic, maybe only to take it back. 4 players in the water side. I mean, they're definitely going to wrap now around through Monster, but there's a player keeping them in position.
Are you serious?
Hitting the 900 like Tony Hawk.
DPI button or something.
And Bora, well, he's going to deliver another headshot. I would love to see that. If there's nothing better to replay, that's what I want, please. Surreal, he's already been spotted up in heaven, so it looks like Heroic are taking it away from them unless, with 14 HP left over, he can tap into the final 2 heads, but it's not going to happen. Heroic winning pistol on, as I said, the permaband map of EndPoint.
What just happened? He just entered the matrix. He was in superposition with himself. He was looking in every single direction just to calculate how to deal with the player who's shooting at him.
One more time.
Like a Beyblade, dude. Like a Beyblade, he's spun up. How?
Mouse sensor.
How do you even do that? Oh my god.
All right. Goofs and gaffs and good laughs, a part of every good game of Counter-Strike. So far, this one's delivered. But it's serious. This is a very serious game. You know why? Because if Heroic actually lose this match, then there is still a chance that they could qualify for the Blast Global Final come January, but they would require a 2nd place at the IEM Global Challenge at the end of the year. And that's a stacked event. So, you know, if they want to continue on to the coveted Blast Global Finals, they can't afford to lose to EndPoint. Meanwhile, EndPoint, their only path to said event is through a victory here at the Showdown and then the finals, because they can't win by way of points. It's just impossible. They're a newcomer. Fresh blood in the Blast camp.
Oh, you had a stat. How long has Mighty Max been on EndPoint?
Mighty Max has been on EndPoint since September of 2016. That is a long time to be fighting under this banner. That's a long time to be struggling at this tier of Counter-Strike and not giving up. Not going anywhere. Not until he feels accomplished enough. And with Deagle shots like this, I mean, what the heck is happening? 10 seconds left over. Heroic desperate for a bomb plant. A challenge coming in from Graffiti. And Tessis needs to just punch in the digits with just few seconds to spare. Crucial. Now, with the scout in hand, gives up his side as both the remaining terrorists fall back through Monster and then use it as their post plant.
They nearly missed that opening. That was so close. Where Crucial got into the heavens, smoke came down, not a lot of time. Some crazy 1-deags. It looked like just wallbang headshots with that deagle as well. And Crucial gets a lot of information, but it's only going to lead him to more fears. They're going to have been pushed up outside Monster, and at this point the round is over, and he won't even be able to catch him exiting. He's just going to take a new path out instead of going back through CT spawn. Heroic pick up a 2nd round by the skin of their teeth. Very close call.
Scary stuff.
Maybe we can get a second look at Mighty Max here as he finds a couple of 1-deag shots that are quite beautiful. Borup crossing, slapped up in the side of the face onto the site, and that's a second one, the exact same position, an even more impressive flick. He's having a hell of a match, like an amazing series so far.
Again, 4 years on EndPoint.
Amazing.
And today, this 24-hour period is his most successful day under the banner. So, you know, fresh in their minds, it was a stretch, that best of 5 earlier today. They had a map advantage, and it still went the distance. They got pummeled on a couple of those maps as well, and I think that was one of the talking points on our desk segment before this best of 3 got started. If you're going toe-to-toe with Sprout, a team that got completely smothered out of the Showdown, then were you really meant to compete here? And maybe Train's an anomaly. Maybe all of our excitement here for EndPoint gets fizzled out because Heroic just bullied them across Overpass. But with Mighty Max hitting shots like that in the last round, it just leads you to believe that, like, maybe the individuals alone can at least perform tonight. They could deliver.
Yeah.
Heroic, they're not a perfect team. They've achieved a lot, don't get me wrong. They absolutely deserve the praise. But to say they're without mistake, well, that'd just be objectively wrong.
Oof, Deagle lets him down, tries to be patient with it. But Flames, he'll mostly just call out that they're, you know, not through B. He'll stop him from coming downstairs and force Heroic forward. So 4 CTs ahead. Luckily for Heroic, they're unarmed CTs for the most part. Borup, quick shot into Crucial, who had the scout out. But look how much health they have. They're actually very, very low, and the first kill comes out in favor of the CTs. A second one drops down, but then more CTs to follow. So just Mighty Max left alone here. USP in hand, 1v3 situation. He needs to stop the plant if possible. He'll get some good damage off on Katie, and Nico will get the kill, and Heroic will win another. But it comes close.
So 2 close rounds after losing the pistol. Not a flawless start from Heroic. And now they're going to be tested. There's guns up on EndPoint, but a glass cannon for Crucial. Wonder if that's going to curb his aggression, because we know what the unleashed oppers on Overpass can do. I swear by it. Nothing more fun than opping aggressively A-site. On this map in particular, Heroic looks like they're just going to try to pummel and push through this B site. He just catches the grenade with his face. Tesses and Nico both down to sub 60 HP. Tesses, he's not going to waste any time, runs right in. He gets canceled out by Mighty Max, but with Nico glued to him, the trade frag looks good. Flames trying to get into position. He's going to lose a quarter of his health to the Molotov, Cadian plants bomb, and another fire bottle to follow. They're gone. They give it up. This is a 4th round for Heroic early on.
That's quick. Like that entry path. I mean, the pathing from Tessus is normal, just coming up the left side of the default and then looking in a hit, but his aim at that moment looked almost robotic, the way he adjusted to the player back pit. So, nicely done. And that'll be, yeah, another quick one. They'll save, so next round, the threat will be there again. Crucial can armor up this time to make it even a little bit more scary, but it's worrying for EndPoint if they lose to a round like that, where a team will run up short that quickly. Typically, that's not where you rush, right? Most of the time, it's either a monster explode or some kind of A hit quickly, maybe out bathrooms. But there's so many options to shut you down, slow you down on the CT side. You don't often see somebody running up short B into the site that early into the round. And Tessus, he just does not wait a second.
And that's considering a perfect frag grenade.
Yeah, true.
Not even that was enough to deter them.
Very true.
Facts.
No printer.
That's wrong. Mighty Max has one behind him. It's the first time I have ever seen a printer/fax machine in a player's room. That's how you know he means the business. Nico's going to open up, finding an early kill. Should have been one of the gun carriers as well, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that's an op-down inside bathrooms early.
Setting up for the fast B now. Slight delay. Minute 15 on the clock. They'll do similar entry path, and Haidian will take the first kill. Rotations are here. They're a little bit late. They get punished. Trying to come into heaven. Smokes come out. Plant will most certainly go down. Mighty Max will think about taking this op into the next round. Gets grandfathered forward. One more time.
There's a very real chance that EndPoint are reminded here on this second map of the series that Heroic are not a bunch of slouches. We're talking about a world-class team. A team that arguably wouldn't even be in the showdown phase, because it's not like they were at the series and lost, but they were our last-minute stand-in for Evil Geniuses. So they just kind of came in here to whoop around some opponents and take one of the 2 spots to get into the final.
They instantly became a contender to actually win the showdown when they came in for EG seed, basically, yeah.
You could argue that favorites even to just win this leg of the seat, like this leg of the year. They could take the entire fall season, get themselves to the actual global finals. Mighty Max's printer.
There we go. That's the all-in-one.
Yeah, looks to be like a model 5480.
5480.
Yeah, the printer speed on that bad boy, 82 pages a second.
Full color or?
Oh, you bet.
I used to sell printer ink back in the day.
Oh, no kidding.
Yep.
Were you happy, or did you sell printer ink?
Glad I'm a caster.
Something new here for Heroic. It's an attempt on A, and no one's around. Oh man, they just got EndPoint. Finally, they sold them the idea that, oh, B's a little bit weak. Heroic like going B, but now they're stuck in rotator position. Oh, okay, the bomb gets dropped behind enemy lines. This is a little bit scary. Crucial's going to keep eyes on this. Flash goes down. They go through the Molotov. Of all the rounds to win, I'm shocked it's this one. This was the perfect call from Heroic to avoid all of the CT presence.
Flames better keep his guard up. They know that Tessus or someone could have slipped into long A, and that's exactly what's happened. He's keeping his head on a swivel, but Tessus shrivels him. With an instant headshot, he slumps to the ground, and Robin, well, he's deep, real deep, in those lower tunnels.
Down struggling a bit.
Tell me about it.
This is kind of no movement here from the CTs, really. We've got Tessa still camping out on the A site. They're expecting some kind of crazy flank. Instead, he's just living in their heads rent-free. They'll cross, they'll plant, they'll have space. It's an unrealistic 2v4, but it's not impossible. I mean, because of the amount of space, the CTs could make a mistake. This could come down to the final few seconds if they're not careful, especially if this double push in the CT results in frags. There's a fair bit of utility left over, but we'll see if they are going to use it properly.
Yeah. Flashbangs go high, Molotov, frag, and a smoke. But the bomb is planted on the opposite side of the box, and it's already ticked beyond the halfway point. This is one of those moments where, like, if they can just deny a defuse, there's a chance they just legit win this.
They use their smokes. Oh, no, they got an extra
Yeah, they held on to it. Mighty Max at the 2-second mark. It's a squeeze, and he's got it. Haidian's going to take down Surreal, but a robbed round from EndPoint. They are on the board.
That was cool. They did set the full exec onto the A side as if they were T's. I like that. Smoke back bank and CT. That's the kill that makes things a little bit sketchy, where you're like, Stown doesn't often lose duels like that. And that's how EndPoint will take a first. See if Overpass will come now more into their map pool after this.
Easy opener. Oh,
Okay,
nice second.
He's pissed off now.
Really nice. Gets that headshot into Surreal. That one's going to hurt. Send a message. But we do have Robin working up long. Tessa's throwing some utility. Flames is rotating closer to the A site as well. That leaves Mighty Max down on B alone. But Tessa's just cycling through the utility. A walk in the park.
Pretty good situation to get over into B. Let's see. Mighty Max holding back, passively dodging a flash, but we can see that line. He's covering the cross now. He might see ahead, he may not. He'll miss a shot. It's not an easy one to hit, but he's got a Molotov to fall back on. But 2 mollies will land in front of him and do significant damage. Flames can be isolated. He won't win his duel either. Quick shot by Nico, traded back by Tessus, and all of the kills come down. Rotator dies in heaven, and Haidian picks off Mighty Max finally after they knew where he was.
Yeah, Heroic absolutely crushing that B site. Unfortunate for the water player, of course. He hit his headshot, but AK bests him. Nico getting the better of it. Stown, that second kill here versus Crucial, or Surreal, excuse me. And then Nico besting Flames, traded, Tessus, nice shot, and then Haidian deep with the op. So they're having fun. Yeah. Pick on the small kid. Pop up from Crucial, deleted. Borup, nice headshot to kick it off. You're starting to watch Heroic's form really peak in this series. But it's no stretch of the imagination to believe that they could just keep it here from here on out. And even on Train, it's not like the form necessarily dipped, although there were a couple of very important shots from Haidian's AWP that did miss in the 1vXs, but he also had the most amount of kills. So, I mean, he was doing what he had to even get them there.
Yeah, I think for the most part, he's playing really well. I feel like he did get unlucky with a couple of the no-scopes.
Yeah.
Where the thing is, it's hard to argue you need to ever no-scope, though, because you can quick scope really easily and get 100% accuracy and not really waste even a few more milliseconds just to right-click first, but doesn't attempt it at all.
But all the cool kids no-scope.
Yeah. For the clips.
Robin committed to his position. They're going to walk dry right into him. Good trade from Haidian. No flash needed. Man advantage for Heroic, but the time is quite low. So Stown sniffing out the B site's going to call for his teammates to come on over, but Mighty Max,
he's looking sharp.
Yes, he is. Lays down the smoke in front of the bomb, and now there's no other option other than A.
Oh my God.
And Mighty Max, well, he robs all their lives away.
He's got his whetstone out. He is absolutely sharpening the blade round by round, getting even more fierce. That is some really nice rifle work from Mighty Max. Crispier than a piece of fried chicken, this man right here.
And he has rode the ups and downs.
He's aiming like Heroic players.
Yeah. Just, again, I really want to cement this in everybody's minds. Like, a lesser man would have maybe left this project already, but he has been on EndPoint grinding away at this level of Counter-Strike, or a lesser level of Counter-Strike, since September 2016. Ask yourself, what were you doing in September 2016? Because Mighty Max was playing for EndPoint, and he has done that exact same thing until this very day when I pose you the question. USP for Surreal. Tons of damage off of the M4. This could legitimately be a third round for EndPoint if they can just ice it out. 2 more kills to take.
Ooh. I was gonna say, I was listening to Dedication, the Little Win mixtape.
How'd that make you feel?
It was good, but that's about how dedicated I was. I wasn't preparing to play for a team for the rest of my life, like Mighty Max. That's real dedication. You love to see it. Oof, with this opening, they're going to go for that retake setup again. They're like, okay, let's gamble B. Let's hope for this spot where hopefully they come B. If not, we'll make our way back. It's a bit of a scarier spot because they're not coming in from the best retake positions ever. In through CT spawn, Haidian could shut them down from just this one position alone. And they are taking their time. Let's see if they will have the awareness to find Haidian. That is the key question. They're clearing it quite well, it looked like, for a second. Flames will die. He'll get shot in the side of the head, and it's just 2-on-1 now. Stown into the bathrooms, and they've got a smoke for the defuse. I'm sure they have an idea of where Stown is. Oh my God, they'll get the kill and pick the round up as well.
But another one that gets scary close. Low HP on the 2 remaining members. A moment where that player back on Dumpster could have delivered. Hell, even the last man in bathrooms could have gone big. Surreal put all of his ammo from the M4 through this smoke, killing one and softening up the others. Flames continues the spray to trade. Crucial. Nice quick scope. And a third round for EndPoint, but they still haven't broken the bank of Heroic, and they're getting a little closer. This round obviously still a full-fledged buy from Heroic, and EndPoint in the exact same position. If they pick this one up, then there's an argument to make for the recovery of this first half. In a map they have absolutely no business winning, they're on the cusp of giving themselves a chance. Flashes over top of the B site. Borup leads with bombs. Surreal just staring into the wall. Mighty Max staring into the future, where maybe EndPoint have a few more rounds. Flames now over top of the ledge, traded out by Tess. Robin comes in, and he can't quite hit his shot, so things start to unravel. And Heroic, as they were pushed against the wall, fight back with another round win. 7 to the board, cash back in their pockets, and a T side that can continue to deliver to a point that, well, EndPoint may never come back from.
Yeah, the B site hits are quite strong, coming out of Monster, able to trade, and there is no response. Apart from the one player that EndPoint are throwing in front of the Monster tunnel round after round, we could see by the X's that there's a player who dies in the grating, and then someone who comes up close to the wood wall as well. But apart from that, it's just the entries, they just look so confident when they're coming into the site. And there's nothing more for EndPoint to do, really, than just get more favorable engagements. And oh my god, Crucial dies with the op in hand. They don't have a lot of money here, so they're probably not going to be able to buy another one. And yeah, the response in terms of the players there is just fine. They have enough. They just aren't able to win the duels versus Monster. I think that's the really big problem. We have a technical pause. Hopefully it's not too rough. We'll see. Haidian's drink of choice is a water. Do you know Hani?
Pardon?
Do you know Hani, the coach? I guess the coach right now?
I don't know him. His room is very white.
Yes, it's very clean. Looks attic-esque. Well, I don't know what the conversation is about. I was already surprised to see that EndPoint had a bank smoke and a CT smoke as well. Because this is a map that they don't play. I think it was brought up in the stats. They have one map. I think they actually have 2 maps on record. They do have 1 win, but it's versus Movie Star Riders, which just doesn't mean that much. And I don't know how often they run into this in the veto. That's also another question. Thinking about the last time that they've played it, I'm going to go ahead and take a look at some of their overpass stats to try to shine a light on what we can find out here. And yeah, just the 1 win at Open Fall. I mean, we got to cast that. I'm not sure if we saw the Movie Star Riders game specifically, but they were able to close out, and his Flames had a 1.85 rating, 37 kills? What? Flames had 37 kills in a 16-14 game versus Movie Star Riders on Overpass.
Did we cast that?
I don't think so.
I would have remembered that.
I feel like I would remember that. I didn't expect to see that stat line. Wow. He went 37 and 16. I mean, that's the kind of player Flames is. He is really good. He's really insane. And yeah, what's crazy is just like, with how well Mighty Max has been playing, it's just, the team is built so that they don't necessarily need him to come in. Like you were mentioning, he was a star player at one point, but like now he's surrounded by him. But obviously the team gets even more scary when he can also put up the numbers.
I mean, somebody with an EndPoint has always considered him a star, because there's no way he's survived all the roster changes for this long. There is a reason. And I can see it. at least here tonight. Stown, double kill as they try to aggress into the short water. There will be a trade eventually, but this is EndPoint just working with some pistols off of the technical pause from Heroic.
The trades go down. Got one outside Monster Smoke waiting. They're going to press up against this. And kill Crucial. They hunt down this player right side Monster. He's been there. It's been a different player sometimes, but there's always somebody. And with that punish, they will no longer be shy. They're going to make so much progress. Nico will catch a rotator in short, and this eco is closed down. Heroic 8-3.
T-side just keeps giving, but EndPoint, obviously, they were so strapped for cash. All they really had to go for them was that water push. So, not too shocking to see it unravel from there on out, especially when it wasn't a clean kill, but rather a costly execution. Now they're back with weapons. Crucial on the op. Double FAMAS between Robin and Mighty Max. Grenades in abundance. Kits, not so much. We got one on Mighty Max. Keep your eyes on it in case they need to go for the retake. Odds are, they will. Of the 3 rounds they have on the board, 2 of them by way of defuse, and 1 was a save call from Heroic. So at no point in this first half have we seen EndPoint really in control of the situation. Not even the rounds they've managed to pick up. And that's to be expected. Both these teams very aware of the fact that this is the permaban. They were talking about it during the tech pause. Here we have it. Little exchange out from short. Again, they go for it, this time with the guns, and it works out way better than the last time. 4 versus 4 situation, minute on the clock.
Nico controlling middle of the map. This fast rotation down the stairs if they want to take it. Feels like Heroic a little bit of an easier time getting into B than over on the A site, but so they'll try it again. Crucial out here, looking to catch a rotation upwards, and they might demand a flick of him. It seems like within the scope is Nico for a moment, but he'll have to drag that scope sideways. However, Nico starts to go back down. It looks like he'll play clutch in this position. They'll take over long, move up on the site, and the CTs are adjusting. They're pushing back into these positions outside the bathrooms. So maybe Nico comes into play a little bit sooner. Oh, there he is. Actually, he's out of play a little bit sooner.
Robin doing a good job of dodging these lines of sight. Eventually, he dies. Borub's going to get him. Crucial, though. He's still deep over here on the bathrooms. There's 10 seconds. They don't have the utility to actually cross, so they better hope he misses a shot. Flashbang. Not nice.
Shot.
Not on the money. 4 seconds.
No time.
Misses his plant chance. Yes, he hits the shot, but he loses the round, and he might just lose his op.
Oh, he really... Okay. He was like, all right, if you're going to take my op, I'm not going to let you push and grab it from me. That is nuts. They actually get him down on time. They should never be getting down on time versus a team they are so much better than on a map that they have in spades. So this is a bad sign for Heroic. And again, more troubles on the A side, but this time they're caused by their own self. They're not really... It's not really EndPoint that forced them to take this long. They had trouble getting up long with nobody there.
Self-inflicted wounds.
Right. It's an unforced errors here.
They're going to go back to the B site heavy. 2 rounds in a row, we've seen EndPoint aggress into short water. Well, if they were to do it now, there's 3 bodies lying in wait. Utility not waiting, in fact. Stown's going to take to the front run, and Mighty Max goes down for free. Surreal with a double kill, Flames, Deagle shot, and all of a sudden, it is nothing but Haidian left over.
Oh my god.
He doesn't even have possession of the bomb, but he will get 1 kill already. And with that smoke, he could take this and leave. But does he want to? If he sticks around a bit, he may be able to find a kill before he goes. If he goes. The head is right there for the taking, ripe for the plucking.
He's pretending to peek.
Now the smoke fades and that's it. Baited him to stick around a bit. The barrels player keeps his head tucked, and EndPoint, well, now they've got themselves 5.
This is something else. I mean, this is something special here that we're witnessing. Okay, they're able to win this with barely anything to work with. They have a couple of pistols, a shutdown B, and this is the site that Heroic were falling back on. Their entries were so good in the past. How much do they have left to give?
So 10-5, a 9-6, or an 8-7. EndPoint whittling down that lead now 2 rounds in a row. Ooh, Crucial is going to find a bit of timing.
Yeah.
But the smoke is a problem. Blocks his vision. Robin, he knows he's in a compromised position.
Interesting. Okay, moving into the long setup, really smart here for, the CTs. They're starting to read the game a little bit more, and Crucial still has this big flank that he can pull off, but they just have such strong spots for anything bathroom related that's not coming out towards long. However, Robin peeks back into bathrooms. That is maybe a mistake. He was in a strong position. Crucial, he'll catch one off and realizes he could get flanked, so he's going to get nervous about it in just a few moments here. He'll start to peel back, but he still has an opportunity. Shot is missed. Oh, we'll look back for the second try. But Stown, over on the other side of the map, has gotten a kill. This is interesting. What happens now? The bomb will get planted. Mighty Max and Flames, 2-on-4.
They've really got nothing to offer us here in this one because Stown's just left that B site.
Right.
You can see it. Crucial, he gets that 1 kill on Connector, assuming more players are rotating up, and correct in assuming so.
Yeah.
But you said it best, right? He knew that he was compromised through bathrooms, and Tessez was getting closer and closer. He had backed up a bit, but then re-aggress for another angle out into mid, and it's at that moment that the flashbang pops him. He kind of turns away, hopes for the flick shot, and it was close, I'll give him that. But had he been further back and around the corner, then maybe he could survive a little longer.
Yeah.
Maybe these B players have a chance at a rotate. Crucial dying, I think, really spells disaster, and it's only Flames after the fact.
Yeah, and they also did have a really good position, even with Robin at long. I think Robin dies right here trying to get back to the site, but they kind of just didn't let our man Crucial work a little bit longer. That would have been a huge play, but Heroic will take 9th. And you already saw an eco for EndPoint. If this series hasn't been crazy enough, they did it with very similar guns versus the B hit, which has been the bane of their CT side. And right now, what are we witnessing? Crucial down in the stairs. A boost here for the CTs. A really well-timed boost. Flames will grab that kill. Crucial is still alive and could potentially catch one out. And they have a double push short coming. Oh my god.
Borup finds a kill. Stown now scoped in, but he's anticipating somebody to go for the jump. Surreal doesn't want to extend too far, clearly, because Connector could be a problem. And Mighty Max looking to nip at the heels of the fallback from this B site. Flame's going to rotate up into the A site as fast as he can because Tessez already prepared to test this. And he should pass with flying colors. Nothing's really stopped him, but he turns his attention away. And Flames is going to get that execution. Borup patient all the while, and we have EndPoint split. But with Mighty Max pushing through Monster to find nothing on the other side, we could even see a third CT cheat up to A if needed.
They're so low.
This is winnable.
Very much so.
They've got Robin in the close corner. Doesn't get cleared at all by Nico. Fire starts to spread, and he dodges out where Borup's going to pluck him, and a second comes in from Borup. Good headshot onto Flames. It's a little HP left over, but little HP needed when you've got headshots like that. Oh, and Stown seals the deal. Double digits for Heroic on their T side. This is their map pick, and they knew EndPoint's weak point. Join us after the break to see if the Brits can bounce back.
Stop. Look right side. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah. You can open door. Yeah. Go. Press A. Press A. No. I mean, open the door again. Then go left. Yeah. Go. Take your mouse to the left. Yeah. Press W and D. Okay. go a bit to the left with the mouse. Yeah, like this. Jump. Yes, jump. Nice. A bit right with your mouse. Press W and jump. Go left. Look left. Oh, now you're gonna jump into the window. Okay, so look a bit to the right, slowly. Look right side. Oh my god. Okay. You can jump down from window. You're in window now. You're window in front of you. You can just W and jump. As you're done, you can W jump again. Nice. Now look left, look left. Oh, I see the toilet, man. It's in A apps.
Yeah.
Just W fast and jump. Let's go. Stop.
I fall down?
Okay. Yeah, you fall down.
There is no ladder?
Yeah, there is ladder. We can try that. Okay, a bit more. There you have it, ladder. Okay, look behind you. More left.
Yeah.
More left. And now W. Now you can close the door behind you. Look behind you. Press E. Yeah, you had it. Nice.
Okay, perfect. I open it.
Okay, you're in overpass, in T-slope.
Okay.
Look down. Okay, just shift and W. Should work.
Okay.
Never mind. Okay, now. Yeah, there we go. Nice. Look to the left a little bit more.
Yeah.
Okay, like this. Now just W, run. And now W. And then go a little bit more. And then jump. Look to the left. Yeah, like this. Okay, I see the toilet. Go W, just W. A bit more A. Yeah, and W. You're in, bro. You can close the door. It's behind you. There we go.
And we are back with a 5-round lead for Heroic on their map choice. They were confident in this one. They knew that they were going to be able to bring back the series, at least onto that third map. We've got Inferno up next if needed. What
If needed?
Yeah, you know what? Endpoint.
Surely Heroic will win this map. Yeah, shout out to Nigel Thornburg for tweeting me. Mighty Max is handing out death certificates with Heroic's names on them. Love that tweet.
Thornburg is down, dead. Surreal just comes flying up the connector, so there's an opening from Endpoint. Just gonna make sure there's no other CTs back here. But the question then is, where are they? 2 inside of the short water and 2 rotating up to the A site. Tesses, woo, just buying a little bit of time, but Surreal will get him in the end. Mighty Max double flash assist, cha-ching. And Heroic gonna try and get back down to the B site. Haidian's already out from the corner on Graffiti, and because the player in heaven serves as a distraction, they're gonna keep going on. Haidian, coming to clear this, can now call that they have left for the A site. This is but a ruse, fine sir.
They'll move back, but he's down in position because of Haidian's information, so that's something nice for them. Actually, he's still down in bank, so it doesn't come up through CT, which gets smoked. And we'll spot someone crossing. We'll look for the headshot. He'll find it. Crucial. He's down, but Mighty Max trades immediately.
Haidian on for the clutch. Let's see it. He was in these positions more than once or twice on train. Now it's time to win one on overpass, or else it's momentum for Endpoint. Headshot connects. Haidian's also got the kit and the smoke on top of it, but Surreal, he sits on the bomb like a mother goose.
Oh my god.
And now it's still close.
No way.
He's gonna get on it.
He has time.
Oh boy.
That's how you lose? No way they lost that. Oh my goodness gracious. Did Haidian come in? He came in with 100 HP, right?
Mm-hmm.
Got hit about 84 times in the chest, right?
Yep.
And then he ended up being able to fall back with a smoke out and then still won with a headshot. That's tough.
First one, 3 shots deep.
I mean, Haidian has a lot to be frustrated about. This is an upsetting 1v1. This is tough. Yeah, I mean, he definitely hit him a lot. That's for sure. But
all right. Well, they're going to buy because of the bomb plant. They've got a little bit extra money to work with. We've got Galul's on the side of Endpoint. 1 AK for Surreal.
It's all a big ruse. They lost the pistol just so they could come back, win the force up, grab an AUG.
Well, they've got the better weapons.
Dominate, yep.
AUG, good angle. Tessus and Stown opening up shop with an immediate 5 versus 3. And they're not going to shy away from this little bit of control that they could force here on the bathroom doors. Robin's got an answer, but Nico very quickly clamping down on this. Mighty Max, the man of the hour. He's got more than a 1 clutch under his belt already, and, well, that one cost him no HP. There are so many rifles at his feet that he's just going to keep swapping through them. Better hope he doesn't pick one up that's empty. Check out the health. 2 players so low for Heroic.
You're saying this is winnable?
Oh, I absolutely am. Mighty Max now has bomb, 35 seconds, and there is nobody to stop him from getting onto the B site. He just has to go.
Yeah.
Run. Run for the hills, my friend.
He's thinking, no way, they've actually just left it open for me, have they? Oh my god. Okay, well there's a... he's actually going to turn back. Now he can potentially catch a rotator, but the other guy's going to be waiting. Oh my god.
Still 100 health.
There's enough time here. They're rotating in from bank. Does he have utility? No, nothing to work with besides his gun.
He needs to clear this player behind the boxes. He turns his head, and that's going to cost him. Nico with it, but I mean, after all of the times he did it on train, you know Heroic's sweating bullets.
Yeah, well, we all were. Just sitting and waiting, just trying to understand the magic of Mighty Max. How those MP9 shots missed coming out of stairs, nobody knows. Nobody knows the answer to that question. Gave him the gun of his choice. Threw him into the gladiator ring. He almost fought his way out. If they win this match, I'll make the next YouTube video called Mighty Max's Coliseum.
It's got a ring to it.
And we'll just go over in detail about all of Mighty Max's clutches for 30 to 40 minutes.
Easy first pickup here. They should all be easy this round. This better be a 13-5 scoreline for Heroic, but Mighty Max doing what he does. He's now picked up a FAMAS. Doesn't have armor, though. That was the difference. Last time they had armor because of the force buy. And Stown's going to look to slip through connector. Can he catch them?
Oh my god. Did he start shooting the... Is there a dead body at the top of the stairs? Yeah, okay.
That's
one way to die.
Yeah, hell of an accident. Still 2 of these players left for EndPoint. Incredibly low HP, but Mighty Max finds a back turn. Are you kidding? Mighty Max again has 100 health, and this time he actually gets onto a site to follow up with the bomb plant. Now Robin, not meant to help out much here with 3 HP to his name, but if he just stays tucked, then maybe this CT walks out on him. But seeing as he's revealed himself, it's going to take a hell of a kill. They should know exactly where he is, but this is sectioned off 1v1s. Mighty Max and Nico unfolds on the bomb site, and it doesn't go the way of EndPoint. Now Robin, 3 health. This is never supposed to happen. And with him tapping that bomb, now Robin's kind of pulled in 2 directions, and he gets split down the middle. Heroic gonna go ahead and take a 13th round.
Oh, okay. We're just gonna have the kit get on the bomb. It comes close. Probably could have stuck it a little bit sooner, but the defuse is there. So they lock it in, and it's a close call. Definitely Heroic are a little bit off right now. Like, some shots are not being hit. It's not looking super comfortable. This is just a funny moment.
Can we get the zoom feature?
He just starts shooting. Then someone else who's actually alive, an animate object, appears on his screen.
At least they were able to recover.
At least that. Hop in for Haidian. I think he's been definitely the most consistent feature of Heroic so far, at least. Sucks that he has to call and be the star player. But then again, so is Mighty Max.
Good angle. Using the AUG to the advantage. Posted up behind the cover. Flames 1 headshot. Stown answers. Man up for Heroic 4v3. Yeah, it's half health on Stown, but so be it. It's about the openings. And EndPoint, they're basically where they began. Everybody over here on Fountain.
The next post on Blast Twitter needs to be Mighty Max on Mickey Mouse's head.
Why?
Mighty Mouse.
Okay. Sure.
I think he's earned that.
How about put Launder's face on Goofy?
That's okay. Let's not do that. It's totally irrelevant. What does that accomplish?
It's down. Post it up. Obviously, the utility indicating the presence. Frag grenade could be good. Ooh, is it ever? 50 health shaved off Mighty Max. Down, just looking to add to the kill count, but Mighty Max is able to answer even though he's low HP, and another headshot comes through. So now it's actually a 3v2, and the bomb safely tucked over towards the Optimus Prime. Borup, well, he's back behind dumpsters, where they want to throw endpoint. Tesses, nice timing, walks in, but he misses the initial shots, recovers from it, and there's Borup with an additional kill, so it's all on Crucial, and that utility comes flying at him. He can't manage the close proximity. Heroic finding 14.
Another situation that's very close. It comes down to just one more kill, basically. EndPoint cannot find that, but yeah, there are gaps here where they're allowed into the round by Heroic, but now at every turn, basically Heroic are basically able to clean up their own mess. Somebody comes in clutch, makes a huge kill happen, and some good entries are here, but a lot of these rounds really resting on a knife's edge. Surprised to see this again, just because of the stats history here for EndPoint on Overpass, but 14-5 at some point, just gotta be like, okay, well, Heroic, and they can trip over the finish line. I think for sure there's definitely some frustration there, no matter what. Even though they have this score line, they don't fully look like they're in control. It's like, don't really look like themselves at the moment.
Yeah, you assess the situation. You know, Heroic, they're thinking to themselves that they shouldn't even, this should be the end of the series in their mind.
Yeah.
Whereas EndPoint, I'm sure coming into Overpass, even though you don't want to fall into that trap, the voice in the back of their mind says, oh, Inferno's coming.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's, what, a 0% win percentage? That's what our stats said, I believe. For EndPoint on this map, of course, but
for whatever reason, there was that one insane map from Flames.
Yeah.
But one of two maps they've even played.
It was so insane it didn't count.
Right, it didn't even register.
That wasn't a
real?
win for EndPoint, that was a win for Flames.
Yeah. So Tessus is just trying to play off the shadow advantage, top of bathrooms. The T's will rocket back over to the other side of the map. And Borup, he is ready, man. He wants a fight.
Oh, they're going to give it to him, that's for certain. 2 players over on short, 3 of which in Monster, but it's an immediate trade thanks to Robin. He's looking to double down, throws the frag out first. Player behind the column peeks, it's down, Haidian. He's the man who answers. Health advantage here to the way of Heroic. 30 seconds to spare for the post plant. Smoke up in heaven, and a headshot connects from Crucial. Robin's in a really cool position, but there's a player down beneath him. Not a problem. Haidian, as much health as his opponents combined, and then some. Can he clutch this with the op? It would give Heroic a 15th. He just jumps out with his knife, and that one's gonna cost him. EndPoint taking a 6th round here on the second map, their first of the T side.
Well, hey, it looks like they've got a little bit to give. A nice B exec to make things competitive. They win one, and they do it off the back of some nice entries. Super standard execute by them. They'll purchase up all the guns that they need, and Heroic, because of some of these close situations, don't have much to work with. They'll buy down to 0, but it's not even for a single rifle. It's just for basically utility, armor, and pistol upgrades.
Little push into the water. With so little to lose, they're just going to try and get this one hyper-aggressive. 5v3 right out the gate. Another man gets cut down. Just the double deagle left here for Heroic. If they're not careful, EndPoint may run away with a bit of momentum.
Mm-hmm.
Mementos.
Yeah. Mentos. Yeah, we've seen something crazy happen today. This would be crazier. I'll say this will be crazier. Even though that looks pretty crazy. Liquid coming back. I don't know.
That happened.
That was maybe the worst half of CS I've ever seen from a team, only to result in a round victory, in a map victory.
Sure.
And you know, also like worst map in terms of like they couldn't get anything done, but also incredibly impressive half from Mad Lions.
Mad Lions, yeah.
Yeah, so those two things would mean, okay, there's no way that this is going to be a comeback, and that happened.
It's like the worst half of Team Liquid I've ever seen on Vertigo to start, and then the worst half from Mad Lions right thereafter.
Right.
But also the best half from each team on the opposite side. You know what I'm saying, man? There's layers here. None of it made sense. None of it made sense. But then obviously in that post-game interview with Moses talking about how their time's actually been very limited. He said, 2 scrims yesterday and 2 scrims this morning is all the practice they've had. So now with that in my mind, the T-sides, no surprise, they were a little shaky. And knowing Liquid's talent runs so deep, yeah, they just leaned back onto the CT halves. They made it work. But enough about those chumps. We're talking about Heroic and EndPoint. But Heroic don't have guns yet, so maybe we should not fixate on this one too much. It's meant to be quick. As EndPoint challenge out on long, they're going to find no resistance all the way to the bomb site unless they give Nico a chance to rotate upwards. You can see that entire pack of Heroic players coming up as fast as they can.
Pretty standard stuff. Taking over long A control here on overpass versus the anti-eco. Good way to keep your back against the wall. Coming to the site. Oh my god, all the CZs will peek at once, only to all die at the same time as well. Haidian, can he light it up with a Deagle highlight? Well, he's already gotten 2. That was a nice second shot, but there's still 3 fully healthy. I was going to say UK. They've actually got a mix of different players.
Yeah.
Players running in. Well, we've got Crucial. He's from... no, not Belgium. He's from... Surreal's from the UK. Mighty Max from the UK. Crucial. He's from somewhere else. He's from elsewhere.
The upside down place.
What's the flag? I know where he's from. I can't remember. Headflames is from
red,
Israel.
white, and blue. But it's not France. But he's from the Netherlands.
Netherlands, okay.
Robin is Swedish.
Maybe he's Amsterdamian.
Flames representing Israel. Curveball. Trade frag. Nico's able to find Mighty Max. That's a big scalp to take down. I called them the British boys because they're from the UK in spirit. And that is EndPoint's, they're the premier org. But enough of that. Let's focus in on this round because it's a close one. We've got trade kills coming out from Shortwater yet again. Everybody left for EndPoint over on the side of Monster just as the smoke begins to fade. Utility's still on them. Double Molotov, smokes, flashes, all they would need to get into this B site, assuming it was actually being held. But they go for the totem pole, and this could absolutely cost them. They're able to jump back so that they can dodge the shots initially, and TessS now erects the defense. Ooh, it gets up just in time, and it's high enough that Heroic stand tall. 15th round secured. And now they've got ample map points to try and take this to the third. Inferno on the docket.
Yeah, beautiful work here with the Falmus from the back of pit. Absolutely lights him up. Nicely done from TessS. 7 rounds the difference. Full buyout on both sides. Still, not everything in the world to work with. TessS, he's got most of his grenades and stuff. Missing a couple of kits here on the CT side, but that's about it. Just to show you that they're low on money overall. Still high chances of winning the round. Spray down. Oh, through the doorway. That's beautiful stuff. Nico will actually finish off both. 3-on-5 situation to defend against the end of the game. EndPoint on their last limbs and down. Great crosshair placement. Takes Crucial out before he's even able to shoot. And Borup, he's looking for some spam damage. And he's nearly right on the mark. 2-on-5. Or we see Inferno.
So we see Inferno. Give us one last good B hit. At least test the waters. Heroic, they were always meant to pick up this map. And they're still meant to pick up this series. But EndPoint proved to us on Train they can challenge on an individual level. With the clutch factor, that was a big one. I would say the biggest factor, in fact. See if they can pull that back from the depths of this map loss. Gonna buy their time. 40 seconds on the clock, met by a grenade. Really indicates that the CTs are prepared for their presence. Smoke thrown out, flashbang as well. Gets the eyes of TessS turned, but Borup's still standing up on boxes. Haidian's got that first kill. Now Surreal's entirely surrounded. It would take a little magic, and it's not gonna happen. Heroic recovering from a first map loss, a series that they should still absolutely win. but EndPoint make us ask questions, and answers shall be found. When this series moves to Inferno after the break, after the analysts, I'm very much looking forward to see what our analysts have to say about Overpass in particular. Do they see a resurgence from Heroic? Because I feel like I did. We'll see you guys soon. Come one, come all. The time is now. Another episode of Pop, Lock, and Drop It. We show you a skin one at a time. You assign that skin to a player, and we see how well you truly know your friends. So, Mighty Max, first question I have to ask is please pop it.
We'll go to you.
All right, snipers up first. I like it. Big guns straight out the gate. Robin, Crucial, Surreal, and Flames. The 4 players we're going to be running through. And the first skin I need you to assign is the Asimov.
Surreal.
And then we'll jump into the second, which is a Mortis.
I think that one is Flames.
We've got ourselves a default. Which of your teammates is working with nothing on the op?
Oh no. That's definitely Robin.
And then lastly, we've got a Boom.
Yeah, that one is Crucial.
Before we check your score, I gotta ask, is this where you want to lock it?
I'll swap the Asimov to Flames. And then Flames one to Surreal, and I'll lock that in.
So let's go ahead and lock that one in. And now, we're gonna drop it. Mighty Max, you nailed it. 4 for 4. Next up, I'm gonna have to ask you, which of these 2 remaining skins do you want to pop next?
We'll go with the AK.
AK-47s are up. First and foremost, we've got ourselves a Rat Rod, and this one is Stat Trek.
I'm pretty sure that's Surreal's.
How about the Empress?
I think I want to say Flames.
A Redline.
That's Robin's.
Well, how about this 4th skin? The Neon Revolution.
I'm pretty sure that is Crucial's.
So, AK-47s have been assigned. I gotta ask, do you want to lock it?
The only one I would consider swapping is the Flames one, but I think I've got it right straight off the bat, so I'm just gonna lock it in.
Go ahead and drop it. Another 4 for 4.
I'll take that.
This means we're gonna go ahead and pop open those M4s. A default. Somebody doesn't have an M4 skin. Tell me who it is.
Honestly, I think that might be Robin again.
Second M4? It's gonna be the Desolate Space.
Maybe Surreal, I think that one.
Another null.
That has to be Crucial, I think.
An Emperor.
Yeah, I think that might be Flames as well. I think I want to swap Surreal with Crucial.
Is this where you want to lock it?
Lock it in.
Let's drop it. The swap, Max.
No.
You let yourself down.
Surreal let me down.
All right, with that, you have yourself 10 of 12 points here for Pop, Lock, and Drop It. Mighty Max, I thank you so much for coming on to the show. Thank you for your time, and best of luck in the event.
Thank you.
Heroic on Overpass was more of what we expected. They certainly came back into their own with it, though EndPoint didn't let them have it without a fight. And I think that's something we can give EndPoint credit for, but I think this is a much needed boost for Heroic to realize what was actually potentially happening.
You think that was a boost? I think for them it's just a day in the office and it should be back to normality, right?
It should have been on day 1 on
exactly.
map 1.
I mean, you drop map 1 and you cannot be too overexcited about this map. You just did what you had to do. Now you move on to 3rd map. You say EndPoint put up a fight, and I think you're right. In many of these rounds, EndPoint actually had a way in. But to me, the huge difference was made in post-plan situation, clutch scenarios. This is usually where you see where a team is missing a little bit of mastery on a map. They don't really have the right positioning. positioning, the right timing, the right ID. You know, that little bit of a flair, that finesse in the clutch situations.
Yeah.
Heroic, they were winning all of them.
And I would put it down to like when you're getting into these situations, you could see that Heroic could easily make EndPoint feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, and they did throughout that entire game. They won both pistols, they won the majority of the clutches, they won the majority of the gun rounds. So there's not an aspect in this game where Heroic weren't better than EndPoint, which is kind of what we expected. Which brings me back to the video we saw in the beginning, because it felt to me like EndPoint, judging by the statistic as well, they haven't played Overpass in almost 2 months, as Maniac said.
Yeah.
They were so scared of playing Heroic on Nuke that they would rather go into a map they barely play than playing Nuke against Heroic. So, you know, just by the video, just judging by that, they were already a map behind here.
And you said something interesting to me, Pimp, right? When it comes to that, they decided to play Overpass rather than Nuke, but wouldn't it be better for an EndPoint, like you were saying, to actually try on Nuke and just see how you stack up?
Yeah, I think that would have been an interesting approach to the game. You know, try to test yourself against one of the best teams in the world on Nuke and see if you could hold your own in that case.
Yeah.
I think it's never nice when you go into a video knowing that you're going to be forced to play a map where you're not comfortable. That would have been the same story, most likely on Nuke. I think we would have seen Heroic win. It's of course easy to say now that we don't get to see the map, but Heroic are just a different class on a map like Nuke. So I can understand why EndPoint don't want to play it, but as you said, it would be cool if they would show the confidence in the video, go in against Heroic on Nuke and test themselves to see how far are we when it comes to the very best.
And this is it, when we're talking about the very best, again, we've got to really push this down, is Heroic is right now the number 2 team in the world.
They are, and if you look at the past 3, 4, let's say 5 months, basically from the middle of the year, to me, they are the most improved teams out there, quite easily. We talked about the ranking and the rise of Heroic in said ranking, and then the amount of championship they won. We can talk about the finals versus Vitality and whatnot. And today, we're actually talking about playing EndPoint in a third map. There is a disconnect between these two, between talking about their championship and here struggling. I do think that they missed them all on the first map. They might have been surprised by what EndPoint was bringing to the table, you know, the flair and kind of the fire they were bringing, but now Heroic, they put us back to normality. They are putting back to the real world, and we're moving on to a third map, Inferno, and I don't really see EndPoint doing it.
Yeah, this is the thing, like everyone can play Inferno, but that also doesn't help EndPoint at this point, right? You're not going to be able to sit there and push Heroic around in some way. Maybe at times on an individual level, we can see people on EndPoint stepping it up, but realistically, this is a tried and tested map, and this is where Heroic will happily feel comfortable and sit there and say, we are the better team, especially after performance like this.
Yeah, that's the thing, because the individuals of Heroic stepped up as well. We saw Tessus having a great game. We just saw the highlight package coming in from him, having some good rounds, having some impact. Then we saw another guy we didn't get to talk enough about on train because he was struggling big time, and that's the guy on your screen right here, Showdown. He was doing a good job, a very good job here on Overpass. He was going 5 for 6 in opening duels, plus 107 ADR. That's the Showdown we know. That's the guy that we used to like and used to see for Heroic perform game after game after game. Maniac, you even called him a superstar, and I think he's a superstar in the making for sure. Still relatively young, performing at a very high level in Heroic. And if Tessus and Showdown is getting warmed up, then you need the firepower to match that from EndPoint. And I gotta be honest with you, I haven't watched enough of EndPoint to know if there's anyone within that team that can match guys like Showdown and Tessus.
Right now, the only interesting one to me when it comes to being able to bring it to that level is Flames, because a lot of the others have already been around the block. They've had their time. Flames is the one that has the most opportunity to shine on that kind of a level, but one man alone is not going to do it.
No, and I feel like for Flames right now, we have more questions than we have answers, right? Because I feel like the high can be very high, and people talk about this one map, he had crazy stats. Okay, this is cool. That is a cool smoke screen. I'm very happy about it. Now we need to see it, right? It's great that he gets the opportunity, but it is another thing to do it against the second best team in the world. So there's a lot of expectations when it comes to Flames, but is it really fair to put that much on his shoulder?
No, definitely not, right? You can't. You need a whole unit built around it, and we were speaking about this before. When it comes to Heroic, you look at these players on the lineup. Okay, Haidian is a bit more tenured when it comes through CS, but the rest of them have all come up, right? They've had their up and downs. No one reached such a really incredible height, but they've now all come together, and I find that's the interesting part, because we were talking about Refresh, right? Come back to his Fragsters days. We've got to remember Showdown was the star of that team.
Indeed. Now, there is a concept that I use when I analyze a team, right? I look at their best result, and I look at who is performing, and I create in my mind win conditions. I try to understand how a team is operating when they're winning. Jacob is talking about Showdown, and he is right. When they peak, when they win this title, Showdown is performing. He's at the top of the stats. You have Haidian as well. He's up there. In the first map, Showdown was missing. Second map, he's back. So now if you can tell me, guarantee me that he's going to do what he's supposed to do on the third map, there should be no question. They should outclass them.
And can you ever guarantee that, though, at this point, right? Because you mentioned it as well, Pim. Heroic can at times play to the level of their opponents and get a bit sloppy with things, and that's where they need to refocus. They need someone to sit there and say, no, come on, we play our A game 24/7. And for some of the best teams in the world, that is one thing they're able to do. Is maybe if they lose a game here and there, fine, but when it comes to lesser teams, they will deal with them no problem at all.
Yeah, I guess you can never guarantee anything when it comes to Counter-Strike, and you should definitely never say something along the lines of they're 100% gonna win or they're 100% gonna do this or that. Mistakes have been made on this disc, but I think Stown is a guy that under normal circumstances, he will perform against guys like these, right? Under normal circumstances, he's probably the best player on the server. So there's a lot pointing towards the fact that he's going to have another great game. Another thing I just dived into, right? You look at the win percentage for each team on the map of Inferno. EndPoint, 62%, I believe. Heroic, 50%. So if you're a fan out there thinking, EndPoint, they may be better than Heroic. When you look at the teams they play against, right? Heroic, we're talking Vitality, Na'Vi, G2, Astralis for that matter. And you look towards EndPoint, you're playing against teams I don't even know who are. Secret, Vex Gaming, so forth. So complete different calibers out there of teams. So don't always look at the stats, dive into them, digest it, and see what hides behind the numbers.
There's always something else, right, to look at, because those numbers can lie to you. But you say about not giving 100%, not giving it to that number. So Maniac, does that mean we go for a 99% and we just give ourselves away out?
Is 99% a safe area? Is that the safe bubble we need to create?
I think you'd be in trouble if you did that as well.
Yeah, exactly. I would never go 100%. He's made that mistake once. He's paved the path for us twice already now. No, listen, Jacob is right listing these names. I had the page right here. Vitality, Astralis, G2, Astralis, Na'Vi, Big, OG, G2, ENCE. These are the teams Heroic play on Inferno. I can do it again. Vitality, Astralis, G2, Astralis, Na'Vi, Big, OG, G2. These are the teams they play against on Inferno. So sure, the numbers in terms of stats are not that different, but can you imagine the level of the play, the level of the game on Inferno? If you're EndPoint, at every turn, you cannot make a mistake. They can retake you, they can push you, they will be aggressive, they'll win the clutches. So you're right, common ground on Inferno, but this is usually where the difference between the team really shine.
And this is what we're about to see. We are going to a third and final map. We are going to Inferno. And for Heroic right now, it's a must-win game. For EndPoint, there's a lot of learning going on. There's a lot of understanding what they can get done against some of the better teams around the world. It's a proving ground for sure. Heroic are the favorites, but you've got to keep an eye on what EndPoint can do after the break.
the start of this series, a lot of people never thought we'd get to Inferno, but those people are wrong. We are here now, and it is time for EndPoint to perform. We didn't expect much on Overpass just by nature of their tendencies and historical veto process. How does Inferno make you feel for their chances?
They both played a lot, but as was brought up, very important point, they play different tiers of competition entirely. It's not even close, the amount of good teams that Heroic will have to play. Most top teams barely sport a 55 to 60% win rate on Inferno, in a good few months. Heroic stats for that reason are not quite as good in terms of like pure raw numbers as EndPoints are, but the quality of teams again is just not there. That being said, it should be competitive just because EndPoint, maybe they're feeling the game a little bit now. They had a good first map. Heroic don't look completely on it at the moment, and they do play it a lot. So at least, it's not like Overpass where it's not even worth talking about almost. This is actually a situation where EndPoint, they have a game plan. It just may or may not be good enough. And here are some opening kills that are making it look solid. And Mighty Max, again, he's just looking so damn good. Like, stats-wise, wasn't getting every critical kill on Overpass, but like starting off those Deagle rounds, a few pistol rounds, like he definitely was doing a lot. And here's Heroic 2-on-5 situation. Nico trying to get closer to the bomb just so they could potentially run into his site. Just try not to get decapitated. It's pretty much the only goal. Get a plant if possible. Nico's carrying the utility, but it's just going up against too much talent here.
Yeah, stacked to the brim EndPoint. They had 2 players left with utility Heroic, but now at the minute mark, it's only Haidian. 76 HP, P250, smoke flash. Nobody really facing him here. They're kind of poking at him, prodding at him, and he's dealing a little bit of damage the other direction, but if I was a gambling man, I'd put my money on EndPoint, at least here for the pistol. So sure enough, they close it out. Just confident, definitely. Going down into middle, taking these fights. Mighty Max with the double over on alt mid. Sees this push here. Yeah. Very important first headshot. Manages to perform under pressure. A dink against him. Drops him to 4 HP, and he still gets himself that second kill. So 4 SMGs picked up for EndPoint. M4 for Surreal. A kit on the play. Tons of grenades. And a force back from Heroic to try and counter this.
They got pretty much destroyed earlier today when they played in their Pro League match against Sprout on this map. Mighty Max bottom frag 7 and 17. But since then, like, he's definitely just feeling it right now after this match. So things could be different. Yeah. Overall, they lost the map 7 to 16 in total. Okay, on this, forced up with the techs.
Late Molly spread. Mighty Max for a second there looked like he was safe, and then it really extended into him, and it forced him forward. Now smoke grenades being thrown down. This is a hectic bit of control going on in Banana. And Robin, well, his MP9 connects at least to the 1 kill. He's trying to fade away, and through the smoke, a double! Now that's the way to do it. Tess with the Tech 9 gets 1 back, but still the edge to EndPoint, no doubt.
Oh, I like the way they played that. They definitely put on tons of pressure when they needed to, stayed and stood their ground and got the kills with the MP9s, no less. Tessus will try to do the drive-by. Tech 9 into construction. Grabbing now on the CTs, but Flames, he is prepared. He's got the bomb now in his vision. Haidian goes down as well. That's lots of money made here from EndPoint. And they could have fallen on this second round. An opening kill, first down, is sometimes all it takes at the top of Banana to make things tumble down like a house of cards.
Look at this second one. Watch this.
And he gets the third, too.
Almost got away with it. Feeling the fun flow through him.
Yep.
A single P250 and a Desert Eagle. That's what Heroic have for the third round. So EndPoint definitely reaping the rewards of winning pistol. Because of the money they made with those SMGs, it's an easy rebuy for Robin, grabbing the M4. 4-1 off the get-go. Deep smoke control from EndPoint here versus the pistol players. They see nothing. They head back. They leave Flames. And Heroic gonna start sniffing out the apartments. What's cooking?
Some Danish hot dogs.
Probably cold.
Pimp sticks. Yeah, probably cold. We've got 1. Where's our extra player? Okay, we've got 2 on lane. I see. Robin will come back to watch the halls. I was thinking they are pretty susceptible to a halls pop right now, but they've got Robin in the graveyard. Impenetrable wall in front of him. And they were waiting for, I guess, a flash to go over. Do they have one?
No, sir.
Okay.
Just the pistols, and they don't pay off. Haidian gets cut down by Crucial, so an extra bit of money made, and 5 players survive. This is an excellent start for EndPoint, albeit not yet tested.
Yeah, lots of money made. And on that second round, it was 5 MP9 kills as well. See, Mighty Max is talking about stuff right now. See how they could follow up with another victory. It's important to maintain everything that they've got. They don't need to upgrade. They've got all the trimmings, head armor, kits, you name it. 2 MP9s is the only thing, but you can see it's a choice. Crucial, $77,000.
$77,000
million here in the bank. Crucial already 3 rounds in, $70 million in the bank. He's going to smoke mid potentially. He's waiting for some action to come his way. They're not going to try anything too interesting just yet. And we'll see how hard they fight now for banana control. They start to make their way down with 3. Surreal. This is the sliveriest of angles. Very, very tiny. Narrow crack peek into the window room.
Waiting out the smoke grenade here at the base of Banana. Just doing a good job of taking the control they can, considering the smoke grenades that EndPoint start the round with. Apartments is there for the taking, and now that that base of Banana has been opened up, Heroic's certainly going to challenge towards the top of it. Tesses, well, it's not really flustered by the Molotov. There's 2 players outside of this to his right. Yeah, boosted onto the planters. Fun spot. Sometimes goes unchecked. And despite showing a little bit of skin up towards the top of Banana, they then fade away from it. However, EndPoint still leaning a 3rd player towards B. So Surreal very much in a high-pressure position, and Robin is right there on lane with him, trying to keep his head turned back the other side. Oh, Surreal, that is huge. He can't quite deliver the 3rd kill, and Robin actually goes down empty-handed. So this opens the round right back up. Crucial kill for Haidian, considering that Surreal adds 2 to the tally. 15 seconds on the clock as bomb goes down, and the counter-terrorists are just going to encapsulate this A site. It's an easy upgrade into the AKs, and we can't forget about that early damage, because the health is low here for Heroic, as is the utility. In fact, it's non-existent. They're just going to have to keep their guns up, cross their fingers, and hope they can hold. With 2 members of their post plant deep in the bomb site, it really falls on Nico to try and keep the defenders off of this. Everybody falls silent. Flames doesn't see an opening.
They're going away from this?
And they're going to walk away.
Wow, I think they were still in a position where they probably should have attempted the retake. Honestly, you could see from the HP bars, and Mighty Max will score too as they come towards it. That was almost a spot where he could have potentially stuck the bomb. It was far back into the site. So Nico will survive. This is all about Surreal, at least in the beginning. But he dies, and then his teammate dies without getting a kill, and that's down with the 2K pick apart. That's tough. He almost grabs 3. Nice try by Surreal, but Heroic pulled that back. And I think they were just a little bit understaffed on the A side, only having the 2 players on lane.
Thing was, like, if you have 2 players there, then you know you're going to be going for the A site retake, and there wasn't any further losses, so I'm still not quite entirely certain as to why EndPoint don't go for that. But, oh, unconfirmed damage may be the reason. Absolutely confirmed a man advantage. Borup wasting 0 time, just running around the arch side. Now the players in position should be tested, but Crucial passing with flying colors for the first 2 shots. Surreal's chance to bring it back, and he does add 1 to the tally, but he can't quite get into the cover. It's down with the 2K, jumping over top the bomb planter as he swaps to the op. Again, we have EndPoint in an A-site retake position. But Stown, he's not going to sit back and pit like Nico. He takes the fight to them and shaves it off into the 2 versus 2. With Tesses committed here to the graveyard stairs, I think EndPoint not yet able to find the opening they'd hoped for. Molotov to the middle of the site, now flustering the feet of Stown, but the time ticks down pretty quickly. And there's the graveyard stairs kill from Tesses that absolutely makes the difference. Robin's running in, trying to get them to peak at different times, but that's just not going to happen. It's a 2nd round for Heroic as the bomb goes off. Will they get to save?
That is close. Yeah,
they're fine.
Man, with this wrap, this is crazy, right? Because first of all, nice hold by Crucial to get this kill and the opening on the player who's in the pit. I think this makes it a 3-on-5 situation, but then Stown answers back again. He's been very clutch once they get to the site in finding these trades when they need them. Mighty Max dying, and this is the kill, basically. The flick up to the arm. Wow, we absolutely needed that zoom. That's a crazy shot. Could have easily missed. And they still lose the round. And it actually puts EndPoint on pistols because of it. So a couple of key situations here in the post plant. They can't pull them out. And now EndPoint are forced to save. They're doing the kind of G2 stack on mid. Love this stack. They're low on any kind of upgrades, though.
What are those? 2 players on the planter.
Always stack vertically when you can. When you can. But it's a good read here from Heroic. They move into the B side. No one's present.
Absolute freebie of a 3rd round for Heroic. Incredibly close rounds the last 2.
Yeah.
So despite the score being tied, EndPoint just a couple of kills on those retake attempts away from having everything thus far. But now Heroic, they're going to start this T-side momentum, and it gets scary from here on out. The pistols pose little risk to lose and a lot to gain. Haidian, he's going to get fully flashed. CT is actually moving quite deep forward, but on damage control here, smoothing things out. Mac-10 looking for the money. Crucial's going to stop it at its tracks, and now it's just Stown to escape. He should get away. 1 player on the chase, and that one's not going to come into fruition. So Heroic tying at 3 rounds each, 6 rounds deep, and 4 of them left alive.
4 of them left alive. That's the key one. Yeah, just making so much money off this round. So Crucial will buy into the op again. Been very impressed with his op so far. Looking super good. 6-1 on the map in a 3-3 situation again because of the saves. But we'll see if he can continue to find some impact, especially with the opening op picks. That will certainly turn the tides for them here on the CT side. Where does he set his sights is the question. A bunch of players running up ult, and I loved how when they got killed, their opening kill, it instantly became this wraparound arch. That was so scary, and they're moving fast again. Crucial, will he be able to get more than 1 from this spot? They're avoiding him completely. He finds 1. That's a beautiful kill. Hopping from within Boiler.
Mighty Max trying to get himself between the T's, but Haidian coming off a short lends a helping hand. Crucial takes a bottle to the face. Chip tooth. As he reroutes closer towards the Boiler, Flames frag grenade off the skybox. Nice damage. That's going to put Haidian onto 64. Nico, well, he's barely alive here. Frag grenade thrown into the pit. Could have been way worse. Haidian, burnt to a crisp by Robin. Now the post plant is entirely inside of pit, but Tesses and Nico both deliver. Robin on the top rope. Ooh, he's gotten Nico first and foremost. Thomas running in here. He's got the cover, got the kill, but does he have the time? It's going to be down to the wire.
It looks like he'll be able to grab it, though.
Fine.
It will be close. Yeah, that's a nicely played clutch by Robin. Okay, I was thinking another post-plant situation that won't go their way. It seems like they're probably going to lose, but we've got the clutch gene here from Robin. So very, very nicely done.
This is why Haidian burns to a crisp.
I see it, actually. Yeah, just a huge spread.
Robin, nice play. Coming off of the graveyard stairs.
Wow.
Was that a burst fire shot?
I don't know. I think so. I can't remember. I guess it was because he just switched off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When was the last time you saw a Thomas burst kill?
Right.
And more importantly, who put that damn thing on burst fire to begin with? Must have been one of the Heroic players. Picked it up, switched it to burst, threw it back on the ground.
Dirty, dirty moves. Finally, a little bit of utility damage early on in the round. Down Banana.
But this isn't that deep banana smoke that they began the CT side with. They're just going to be playing inside of the site. Flames dropping the flashbang. Robin laying down the incendiary. They line up, but it's just the 1 kill. Flames sustains with the MP9, swapping to the AK. Nico clears him from that close corner. And it's 3/4 health for both the remaining members of Heroic. A flash prime from Surreal. But he's going to wait for his teammates to get into position. He's not the only player with utility. Frag grenade goes deep. Haidian, he's got that op, and it's up close and personal. Surreal gets cleared. Mighty Max, well, he's down to 50 health already. And they're doing a great job here, Heroic, of just hanging on, pushing Crucial into a critical position. He misses his op shot, and he's down to a single point of health. This is a 4th for Heroic.
Oh, wow.
He knows it.
He won't even be able to leave. They're going to fight him in the spawn. They take him down. And yeah, wow, it's so close. The way that they're getting in the site's actually a very decent hold, right? At the top of B in the site, having running through the smokes, and Heroic, they're playing very fast rounds. You got to love it.
I'd love to see Nico's perspective when he clears out that close player, because the 2 MP9 kills to the AK swap, jumping onto the little ledge, I thought that was going to be enough. Seems not. Crucial kill for Nico to really create that space, that one real moment where they can run deep into the site. And because Haidian wastes no time, thanks to Nico's kill, it's why he catches that additional frag back by Coffin. So we've got EndPoint desperate here, equipped with just the measly pistols. Why do I see a Bison?
Don't ask questions. Let's see what Tessas can do. 64 bullets in the mag. Slowly crawling up to the end of Hall's Haidian. I think he was going to throw a flash. He drops an op instead. Crucial will get a kill as well. 3 players pour out into the pit. Waterfall strat here, but it's with a man disadvantage. Nico looking to pre-aim lane, and Flames, he's right beside him, touching shoulders basically with this player. And Flames will pick up the AK, turn it into a kill. What is going on? The USP round turns into a round 1 unless the buy zone can win. 1-on-4 situation. Surely this turns into an upgrade if this round comes close, but the first 1 or 2 kills, we'll have to do it with this measly weapon, and he cannot even manage one.
That is a lesson
they were
learned.
Going to farm. I mean, it was versus USPs.
Yeah, and to be fair, le pipi bison versus unarmored players.
Is it a French weapon?
No, but it sounds great when you say it that way, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Le pipi bison.
Yeah, I like that. I could hear Shock saying it.
And a bisou is a kiss.
Oh, okay.
So, the bison's bisous.
So how do you say chef's kiss?
I don't know.
How do you
What
say
is the
chef?
French word for chef?
Maniac is tearing his hair out right now. I'm not sure. Le chef.
Une cuisinière? Maybe that might be a stove.
One day that'll be a chef.
Yeah, we'll get there.
The automation will come. But for now, it's EndPoint Nation.
That it is, man. Huge round to recover. I mean, goofs and gaffs, laughs aside, that is a massive round for them to pick up, because they've been in the nitty-gritty with some of these CT rounds when they actually had weapons to work with. I love the way that the AK inside of Balcony just like delivers itself for the headshot into pit. Crucial, op in a critical position, and well, he's got teammates to help him out. An utter shutdown versus Heroic as they attempt to get their feet onto the A site, but Haidian's got the bomb and he runs headstrong into B. Taps at Flames, and he just wants his money, damn it. He'll find it. Sure, he's dead, but he was committed to the cause. A little bit of an injection of money, some funds for Heroic as EndPoint take their 6th.
They'll be happy about that, I think, for sure. That's a free plant. They probably got a lot to be frustrated about, to be honest, but at least they'll get that plant. Really feels like Crucial is on for the most part. Missing a shot here or there, but that's it. And Borup still in jovial spirits here, even though they're losing in the map. It's a map where I think T-side is very important. It's actually quite a T-sided map, I think, amongst top teams. At least leaning that way. But Heroic should be winning on both sides, so this is already outstanding so far from EndPoint. This would be, I think, the only Tier 1 team they've even played against in the last 12 maps, or however many are on record in recent games, and they've got a lead. Well, gets off scot-free after that kill, and it's constantly Heroic exploiting Arch.
That was the death of a chicken. From an impact off the nade. 4v4, 2 CTs inside of the site. Robin trying to come over, but he's going to have a fight versus Haidian over on Library as this commitment comes through from Heroic. They're not even going to clear the site. Fake plant actually gets the counter-terrorists to reveal their hand.
Are they going to go for it again is the question. This actually does make it a bit scary, I'd say, for the CTs. It reveals their hand a little bit.
Yeah.
Haidian's going to start looking around. The smokes will come up, but is this good for the CTs? I don't think so. Pick control is really strong here. Oh, and they'll get all the kills. Love this play by Heroic.
Perfect. Mighty Max on 33 HP. He just waits the smoke out. Hello. Goodbye. Where the last two reside. Behind him. Haidian. Deep on Arch. And he was constantly there. As the smokes were fading on the site, you could see that Heroic's players in pit felt comfortable because, like you alluded to, it definitely favored them on the site. But Haidian was so nervous at that exact same time because he's trying to watch library, he's trying to keep eyes on flank, and his position was crucial, but nobody actually tests him.
Yeah, it's the reason pit is so strong. Like, you don't want to fight people in pit just like you would be on CT side holding it normally. So when they're relegated to those positions, sitting and waiting could be the best option. So Heroic win one back. Things are very, very tense here on map 3.
Genuinely a good game.
Yes, it's exciting to watch. They definitely have a game plan. Surreal. He'll get some damage off. There's at least that. For the amount of... For how he absolutely would have died, even if there was no one else there, to get some damage off is pretty good for him. And he gets info on the early bracket control that gets taken. Robin, bottom of B. But we'll start to peel back now. Someone with him? No, he's all alone. He's got to be very careful. He doesn't want to die in this position.
Collection of flashbangs thrown over the top.
They're reclaiming mid control, so it looks like a fast B will ensue. Putting tons of pressure on Robin. A great flash to delay for a little bit more.
They put out his Molotov, so he is very much in a pressured position. They're all around him. Robin, just the one kill. They're going to go for the boost on CT spawn, but that was being covered by Nico. An aggression from Mighty Max denied anything more than just the first kill, and Crucial nowhere to be found.
He didn't even attempt this. He was just trying to catch a late rotate or something like that. I mean, it's probably a smart play. There's no way that they would have won unless all of his teammates traded out a little bit more effectively in that position. The plant will finally go down. Crucial is already thinking about saving. They're just trying to make sure they don't die, wondering where he is, since everyone attempted the retake. And Heroic will win another one. That's big. I think Robin, it doesn't play it badly at all. Just needs to basically do a lot more to get kills from quad. That's pretty much his job description if they do go for a rush like that, but I think that it's more so just to talk about how Heroic make a really good play in calling out that there's only one person over on B. Quick bracket controlled, quick B hit, like right after. It's hard to read.
What is that? Monstrosity!
Is that like... So I was looking in the Danish... The Netto, which is like a Danish grocery store. And
there's a chicken in the floorboards over there.
Yeah.
What's wrong with these mutants?
They have like a bottle of something that looks like that. Like, I don't know if it's bleach or something like that, but it was called Borup.
Okay.
And they had like millions of Borups. And I was like, is that where Borup got his name? I mean, he's Danish. I'm in a Danish grocery store. I guess Borup is a brand. I'm not sure if it's a word for something.
Did it have a 0 for an O?
No, that would have been great though.
What about a lowercase b?
No, he didn't change any of the capitalizations. And if you see his weapon skins, he has them all named in like leet speak as well, with zeros and capital letters.
Yeah.
All crazy. He's trolling.
He is an Omega gamer.
Yeah. Is that an emote or something?
Might be. Wide peepo happy.
Connor reading off the one emote he knows in Twitch chat. Wide peepo happy. Pause champ here before we get into the execute.
Smoke grenade into the front of the site. Obviously, these weapons versus pistols should just make mincemeat of EndPoint. Mincemeat pie. UK delicacy. TSS headshot versus Flames. Of course, there is that op in the equation, but it just wasn't in the right place at the right time.
Top shot.
Where'd that come in?
I don't even know, dude. Wait, where is Haidian? Is he in?
Haidian's here with the bomb. He's doing what he wants.
Okay.
Heroic kind of getting lost in the sauce as they're taking back this T side. Remember, it was 3 rounds to start for EndPoint, so ever since then, the following 9, they've only won a third of them. We're going to have Heroic with a lead. Their first lead of Inferno.
Wow. And it should be much greater, but it's not. So we'll talk about half number 2 when it comes. Going to take a quick peek at EndPoint's overall stats, since apparently they do matter, on Inferno for their T side at least. Just to be...
Uh-oh, crucial. He's going to look to hang on to this. Yeah, he's going to be okay.
Well, just like Heroic, their T win percentage is much higher. It's 15% higher than their CT. So that means Heroic right now are having a disappointing half.
Haidian
compared to what they should have. Yeah, he was fully in the floorboards, like a poltergeist. EndPoint have a CT win percentage of 41% and a T win percentage of 55%. So, scary when we move into half number 2. Heroic are not exactly heroic today. So I'm actually entertaining the idea that this gets spicy.
It's got a mild kick to it right now.
Already, yeah. We're kind of like jalapeno, but I think we're getting to habanero. If this gets up to Heroic, 12 plus rounds, we're getting into Carolina Reaper territory, okay? Pepper X.
Nah, that's if EndPoint wins.
If EndPoint wins, yeah. The Scovilles are going to be off the charts. We're going to have to call Sean Evans.
30 rounds up, 30 rounds down. Careful around the eyes. Flames, well, puts it between the eyes of Stown. And that's going to go ahead and concede the banana control from Heroic. They immediately move Haidian back as he grabs that bomb. And, well, at least he can transition into what is a 4-man A hit. Defense has Crucial inside of the A site. Surreal committed to the depths of pit. And Robin over on Library. There's utility to be thrown out here. Remember, Haidian holds the bomb, so that op's going to have to get within the site. But that's okay, he loves some combat opping. Molly hits the floorboards, and Robin hits the kill versus Borup. Tesses testing the edge of this bomb site. 2 kills to his name, but Robin remains all the same until Haidian can take him down. A 2 versus 2. We've seen EndPoint in a many A-site retake attempts, sometimes not attempting them in the end. And well, Flames painted into a corner, has to go ahead and try and deliver. He knows Haidian's back here on the site, but it's that pit peak that could come back to cost him. And right now, he's not even entertaining the possibility, getting all the closer to Haidian. Now that he's exposed, you'd think Pit would take him down, but Haidian styles with the no-scope. Heroic hit 8 on the T side, and we've got 1 round left in the first 15.
So nicely done to manufacture those entries with the help of Tess's crazy spray control here. First of all, he gets the Pit player, and then there's this stack up of players above each other. He tries to grab both, can only get 1, but that's enough for the team. And yeah, Haidian's no-scope. Finally, he'll connect the no-scope. Kind of clutch situation. I think he had 1 more teammate left alive in pit, but I think as far as he was concerned, it was the one-on-one on the site. Flames goes down, and EndPoint lose. That's a close one, but hey, look, they're already 5v4 up in this one. And they are finding kills from the bottom of mid versus the alt wrap. However, ultimately the trades favor Heroic. Robin's left alone. They know where he is. They're going to avoid him like the plague. He's going to have to make the marathon rotation all the way around. Puts on the vapor flies. Runs through the spawn. And now he'll cool it down. Last round of the half. Best part about this, he's got to try it. If he doesn't, he's griefing. So let's see what he can do.
He is the top fragger for EndPoint at the moment. 16-8. Looking for 18 kills to close this first half. But as he walks in, he gives up his side to the graveyard player. Borup's going to pop up like a whack-a-mole and whack him back. You'd assume. Now revealing his position on site. Even if he tries to stick this, it's an easy spray down with such little health. So Heroic taking control of this T side, winning the last 5 rounds in a row. And now as we swap to the CT side, the likelihood of EndPoint moving along in the showdown gets slimmer. We'll see you guys after the break.
Counter-Strike is not just about headshots. Audio is your best friend, and I'm going to show you some tricks using the sounds of weapons, utility, and the map so you can always stay 1 step ahead. I'm Anders Bloom, and this is Audio Advantage. Weapons in CSGO come in all different shapes and sizes, and they make all kinds of different noises. Aside from their primary use, here's how gun audio can become a tool with which to fool your enemies. In certain situations, the defense will know as much of what you're doing from seeing you as they will from hearing you. If you're jumping from high ground to low, it'll emit a loud sound that will tell the defense exactly where you've gone. But if instead, just as you're landing, you fire off a loud weapon, this will obscure the sound and thus make it impossible for them to figure out where you've gone. A lot of the time, this will give you the advantage needed to win the round. Flashes, smokes, molotovs, decoys, and HE grenades. So many options to bamboozle the enemy. You've seen the fancy executes, the smoke defusers, but have you tried this? Because some grenades, molotovs, HEs, and smokes can only be carried one at a time by each player. They give away critical tactical information even when heard across the map. If you hear 2 or 3 smokes going down on any given position, you know that there has to be 2 or 3 people in that position, thus giving your team a critical tactical advantage. Finally, we have the maps, set in multiple locations around the world, all with a different unique sound design to help you trick your opponents. On a map like Nuke, you can sometimes sneak a teammate down to the lower part of the map, but past a certain point, either at the door or at the window into the B bomb site, they either have to break the window or open the door, both of which will make a sound that will give away the game. But if at the same time, on the upper side of the map, you open the door or break open the windows at the ceiling of the A bomb site, that'll cover the sound and confuse any enemies into thinking that you're only in one of these positions. A clever way to trick your opponent is to intentionally leak audio. As you're stomping forward in one direction, let's say on the B ramp, you can suddenly stop and walk backwards, reversing course. Anyone hearing you will think that you've made your way into the B bomb site, when in fact you're now back, waiting for them seconds later to show up. That's it. Some tips and tricks on how to use audio to your advantage within the game.
EndPoint expected to have dropped this series 2-0, most would argue, but here we are. Already 1/2 deep of map 3, and EndPoint not trailing by that much, but it's gonna take a hell of a T-side, because Heroic just strung together 5 rounds to close, and despite winning pistol in the first 3 rounds, EndPoint only finished with 6. If they can get this pistol and do the same as they did in the first half, then this game is all tied up and anything is possible. And the fact that they're running at a solo stown on B site, well, maybe this bodes well.
Retake City. Oh, he catches one. You're always fishing for him. Well, okay. They get one on the big flank. Everybody else is coming through CT. They're just trying to eliminate some positions here. Because if there's no one on Banana, they clear out Pool. The CTs are going to be very confident about how to fight this. But it's the triple construction play that actually might catch him off guard. Crucial. What can he do with the Glock?
Well, not hit the close shot, and Mighty Max actually doing everything for the bit of it. Surreal with one of the 3. Haidian trying to connect with the USP, but bomb so far gone. This is a pistol round win for EndPoint, just like the start of the first half. Haidian. Okay. It's not a round win at the end of the day, but it is a reminder to EndPoint, to the level of player they are up against.
Let's get an update on Mr. Haidian and his stats so far. Well, in this map, he's not even top frag. It's really Nico who's doing most of the heavy lifting. We go back to Overpass. It was Haidian had 18 kills. They all pretty much owned. It was Tessus to top frag. Over on Train was the big map from Haidian, 29 frags. So getting a little bit of Train here from Haidian. But still, EndPoint win the round. That's all they care about. Don't even care about many losses here on the pistol round. Won't have any significant impact on the economy. Apart from the half armor rebuys. Haidian popping off again. Crucial's out of the round from Pit. Mighty Max down to 20 HP or so. And Flames, what the hell? He mows him down like he's on a John Deere. How did he do that?
Surreal's just going to get the easy walkout onto the A site, and that now gives a clear route to the bomb carrier. We're going to have to see how Flames lined him up. I'm assuming they all just went peeking down Banana. Remember, Haidian, he starts this round the same way he finished the last one. Quick headshot. Borup peeks around Banana, deletes the blind player, but it was Flames by Logs with the 3K. And then Surreal gets the walkout on A site. Down can still win this, but no, it's going to fall in the end. A 4K for Flames, 3 of them in rapid fashion. Easy does it. Essentially all lining up, just shooting through the cover that's ahead.
I guess Mercury was in retrograde for this one.
Good thing the Galil's got 35 shots.
The constellations align.
Now it's just the USPs. So Heroic, they will.
So the endpoint era begins now.
Right here?
It's coming home, boys. It's coming home.
Got to be cautious of a stack like this. They have done nothing at A site to feel it out. 4 players emerge. And now the lineup yet again doing great damage. Flames with 1 kill. They managed to succeed despite that challenge from Heroic. But that doesn't make me feel comfortable moving forward. Because...
Why? What would make you comfortable right now?
Watching EndPoint play proper map control versus pistols, watching them size up at a little bit of an A site. Look at the way these CT players swarm. Heroic, they've contested a couple of moments already despite having nothing since pistol to play with.
That was okay.
Yeah, but it's still scary.
They dropped the 2 mollies, they got the kills. It's fine, Connor, relax.
I'm thinking about what this would mean for them.
Okay. They already won. They already won Pro League. They're already in Pro League. They're already the champions of the whole world.
They're already major champions.
Honestly, 4 years on EndPoint, Mighty Max deserves anything he gets. Anything.
Yeah, I mean
that dedication. He must be the best teammate in the world.
It could genuinely be one of the biggest days for EndPoint as an organization and Mighty Max as their careered player.
Flash pump out of Halls, Tess's back turn. He'll let him out, and that's enough for the trade. It gets a little bit crazy. They've got one more poking outside of the apartments. Flames looking to do some damage. They're trying to... Oh my god, they find the trades. No way, they're on the site. That's it.
Look how little health they have left.
Yeah, Haidian's on a retake with an up, and Stown, he's low.
That should dunk him.
That's a big nade. Okay, 2-on-2 situation. Now they can start talking about this.
Yeah, more utility to throw out as well. Gonna give that op over to Stown. Bogdan's Law. M4 moving up here on Haidian. A couple of smokes to really nullify Pit. Crucial, though. He's got a bit of a gap to play with. And the first CT goes across. He decides not to take his shot. Flames on the edge of the balcony. What an off angle. And there it is. EndPoint recovering control of this A site. You could see the CTs going into mid quickly just to make sure they weren't going to get struck from behind so that they could focus fully on these fights. But Mighty Max and Crucial with a kill.
Look at this.
In simultaneous moments, and then this yet again. They are in the lead.
Their own semi-bad smoke, but man, that's such a good kill by Flames, aware of exactly where that push would coming from, trusting the read on Heroic's positioning. First team to 10 in map 3 is back to pistols. They invest half of their economy here. Made that sound like a big deal. Spend a few $100s on grenades. Enough money to buy next round. Heroic will go for the stack up on the A site, primarily. Still a little bit of attention over on B. Stown's usually here alone. It continues to come home.
But it won't count until it walks through the front door. Does seem to be in the neighborhood. Especially in a round like this.
Interesting. They throw the front side smokes with their player in CT spawn. They see everything. This would be a funny round to actually re-exec into B because it gives the CTs information. But right now they think they're actually taking the information away from the CTs. So they'll have to have the hardest fight to get into the site.
Oof.
And the utility that Heroic have invested in, actually doing some work, could make a world of difference. This is just about not running out of time at this point, and at the same time not getting spread too thin. But they've drawn out Arch. This is actually huge from EndPoint.
Nico gets countered out inside of Pit. Once this smoke fades, it's about taking down the players inside of the site. Stown's on that close box, tucked in. Mighty Max just going to start running rampantly onto this one. He's able to clear Bora, but it's Deagle kills coming out of Heroic. Nico with a second one, and there's the flank. 6 seconds. No time for the plant. They lose it. Time is the issue, and Nico also a problem from Pit.
Uh-oh, that's not a round you want to lose. Surreal will also potentially die. Oh my god, that was so close. He would have had no money after that. They wouldn't have gotten a loss bonus plus dropped his AK. It's a big deal he stays alive, and these are the kills. Oh my god, how does Nico stay alive? Off the bicycle.
A true Dane.
Always on a bicycle. Oh my god. So that's how they do it. After such a good start, the full-on pistols. Guess you should have been nervous. You were right. Oh, beautiful! HE's 100 damage in total off the 2. That's just sick. He doesn't even get to see anybody. So well placed. Whoa. There's a chance here for Crucial. Kind of emphatically jump spotting at the half wall, and Crucial will spot that he's close by. Goes for the wall bang. Arch is open once again. Mighty Max making a smart call here potentially. Will jump by an op, but it actually is into the rifle of Borup. Great spray control from Borup.
Nice shots. They play a little too frantic. Run right into it and get hit. Surreal gonna trade him. And he knows somebody just left here. So in their mind, there's at least one player still on B. Heroic actually split down the middle.
I think
they down on the back of the site.
I think they know there's two, because I think the off from Haidian plus they know Stown's here. But they're still going to go for it, and they don't see Haidian. So I think they recognize what the setup is going to be. It's still a hard one to defeat. Like, Surreal doesn't have an open line to turn this corner without getting spotted most of the time. He's going to jump by, not see anything, can still get opt here. Oh my god, the flash comes out. No way there's a chance he can actually find a kill. 19 seconds left. They have to converge. The CTs are not feeling comfortable about rotating just yet, but there's a player on quad. He can delay for a long time. It'll have to be a plan in the smoke most of the... Oh my god, no way! He actually opens that up. And now Haidian doesn't even have an opportunity to get a kill. It's a 2-on-4 situation, but it doesn't feel like it.
Crucial. Op inside of the site, trying to find a little bit of comfort. That is such an important kill on the player back behind quad. Surreal hanging on to an angle versus Coughing. Crucial thinking maybe someone's on banana. Not the case. Nico on the CT cross. Tesses gets in front of Haidian, but he gets instantly deleted. 2 kills from Surreal. Oh! All 3 headshots from Surreal to close, and EndPoint have a 1-round lead now.
That's nasty. Off of that play through CT spawn, he trades one out in CT spawn and gets into position here. This is the 1 frag on Bora, plus the 3 kills inside the B site. I mean, this one was critical. Had to be an instant first bullet headshot. Stown was peeking out just to stop the bomb from being planted, and Crucial misses his shot just to set up for Surreal for this amazing highlight play. Another headshot for Surreal. Extremely well done. This is crazy. That is such an important round, and Heroic had it locked up, tagged and bagged.
That's not an ace, is it?
Did he get 5? I thought he got 4 there.
Can somebody confirm?
But I'm not sure.
Definitely 4, but I'm just trying to rack in my mind. Where would that first kill come in from? It was an ace. Production confirms, bro. That's a hell of an ace.
Oh my god.
Yeah. First kill was so further back, but I was thinking, yeah, he pushes out Arch and kills the close guy in Borup.
Holy, that's one hell of an ace. And I mean, it couldn't have come at a more important moment, seriously.
Damn.
EndPoint with a lead again on their stronger side.
Yeah.
Heroic are weakened right now. They already lost the map. We're into map 3 for those of you who are just joining us. And again, loser goes home.
Those last 3 kills were so sexy and so important that...
He doesn't even want it.
Bro, that is...
run boost.
That is the CS gods blessing you with a position. You have to play it.
Focused on winning at this point.
That's going to be a meta-changing moment. Now everybody's going to boost up there like that. Peek from the op goes down. Crucial's dead early. Oh, stretching for the op there, TessS. Dangerous game to play, my friend.
Long arms. Short arms. They'll fall back. Okay, they're giving a pick control. This is actually not a bad spot for Endpoint. Really comes down to, okay, TessS will start to move back into here. And he could still get smoked out. Depends on what utility's left. Crossfire. TessS doesn't need any help. My God.
Now in hindsight,
this is a flub.
So worth stretching for 30 seconds. They're just going to want to go ahead and save this. We're all tied up at 11 again.
That's a bit of a flub. I don't know. It might have been hard to read that situation, but any kind of an execute right there would have been the kryptonite to the op setup. Two players trying to watch each other's backs. One gets overwhelmed. If they got pick control, something like that, it would have been over for the CTs. Very dangerous spot, but they don't find that. And now they're hunting down the exits as well, and it's almost post time, but luckily, at least, they don't die after.
One of those situations where Heroic, they could have let time expire only to make that even worse.
He's like, nah, B.
Haidian not one for heights. TessS?
That's sick. Actually could have gotten killed. Surreal was barely able to be spotted.
Pistols. One Desert Eagle, one P250, 3 Glocks, no utility, no armor.
It's coming home.
Minimal weapons to work with. Heroic not going to waste any time here. Just kind of peeking down Banana. Taking a gander. Whoa. No, you don't like that, DJ? Too bad. Haidian. He hears... he gets Surreal in the background.
Collateral damage.
Almost
right
got, yeah, that impromptu collateral shot could have been collected. TessS, he'll find himself the double kill. So to everybody's expectations, the Pistols struggle to prevail. They don't get anything. Man, there's not even a single point of damage versus Heroic at the end of this one. So they will get a lead, a 12-11 lead. Now 2 rounds in a row, 3 of the last 4.
Oh man, he was spotted. I think he... Nice kills here from Haidian. Okay. Well, if they had some kills, they probably could have... they could have potentially upgraded a little bit more, but it's still a fine enough round here for Endpoint to keep it competitive. EG smokes down mid, or Molly's down mid, and Stown, he is here to play. Half blind, finds a shot on Flames. Flames is out nice and early. Crucial taking some damage to the incendiary. Stown stands his ground. And he has a sneaking suspicion that somebody else has slunk their way out on the left side.
And he would not be wrong.
He's going to hold on to this angle for a while. A flash will come out in his face, and that'll force him back a little bit. This might be a good opportunity for Endpoint to just continue forward instead of making this round draw out. Because if you are quiet enough and you get the opper back, you have a spot where there's no overstack on the B site. And, you've got the 4v2 inside the B site. But it looks like they're going to take it slow for the meantime. No re-aggression at mid here for Heroic. And the value of this B explode runs out the more time they waste. But Stown is he's still got a very, very aggressive angle here.
Gonna try to overwhelm the op. Stown soon. Oh, smoke at his face. Still just skims a shot through the side of it. It's Mighty Max erased. Gorup's frag grenade, that could do great damage. Yes. Takes a chunk out of Robin. 20 seconds remain. I mean, they're better off with the save than anything else. They just have to concede yet another. This is going to be Heroic 13-11 at a CT side that's now starting to put up a commandeering lead. Not ideal for the boys on Endpoint.
That was a sick timing shot by Stown. He's been doing great here on the B site in the important moments. I think getting away with 3 is still a pretty big win, especially considering you keep the op up. But right now, this is about Stown controlling Banana. And yeah, timing shots have just been perfect for him. Here, as soon as the smoke plumes as well, he just takes a shot to fall back. Mighty Max, he's just trying to launch some grenades, I think, in front of Oranges, specifically for his position. The investment is slight. They're going to keep 2K on Flames and Mighty Max, not putting all of the money in. I would actually I feel like it would make sense to actually just try to buy into this as much as possible, especially considering you've got Flames here. They're reading this as a heavy B setup. It'll come down to Tessus inside of CT spawn, and his spray control is obviously marvelous.
2 kills for him, Crucial. He's trying to pressure up on lane. Haidian inside of the little pit, and Nico is above him. Hanging out in the apartments, close proximity versus the Tech 9. AK prevails, the automatic gunfire making the difference. It's a 4 versus 2, but Robin hits another headshot, and Haidian, well, he's just gonna fall silent like a rat.
Let's.
Robin's planting in the back of the site. Haidian, well, he could be an anchor in this position, but the longer he goes silent, the louder Crucial gets. And then Haidian coming in at the perfect moment with both of those final kills. Heroic, they've secured their 14th round now. 3 rounds the advantage, 2 more to go. And this is the final map, folks. EndPoint, a hell of a day of Counter-Strike. But it's getting to the final waning few moments.
That was a really nice bait there from Haidian inside a mini pit just to try to make sure nobody's going to clear him at all. And again, we kind of revisit this beautiful spray control from Tessus. A moment here where they could have found a trade. I really wonder if it benefits EndPoint to have saved the extra 2K on the 2 remaining players. Like, certainly they all save, but like in the following round. But of course, because they're on T side and the clock ran out, they didn't have much. Oh, looks like they've actually put together a pretty good buy somehow. Okay, they did the math. I didn't. So maybe it does make a lot of sense. They've got the utility as well. They're pushing down. Player and pick gets punished. Floor bang here for Haidian. Flames will look for the trade, not even necessary. Mighty Max finds it before he can peek, and Nico now can flank 2. Tries to continue the spray, but it's actually just a 1-for-1. It looks like a really good push, but ultimately, the results leave him dead even here, 3-3.
Tessus deciding he doesn't want to take the chance, doesn't want to offer over the man advantage, because I feel like Heroic know they're about to get their 15th round. 3 kills for Borup, and as Heroic's logo is engulfed in flames, it's 4 rounds for them to sustain this lead and close here on the 3rd one.
Oh, that's dirty. Mr. Robot Aim himself immediately snaps over, doesn't even realize what's happening. Just handles that. That's just beautiful. That could have been a much more tenuous position for Heroic if Borup didn't make that big of a play. Imagine the flash comes out mistimed at all, and he dies, and we're in business. But instead, Heroic on fire. Oh man!
Wow, that is a hefty nade.
Yeah. Oh, the molly damage as well. Surreal. They're getting punished at every single turn now,
and they can't even keep up the aggression that they wanted to. You know, they run through that first frag thinking maybe they could just bully their way through it, but an additional Molotov, woo, so close to those flames, nearly slain to utility alone. Flash is continuous. And Heroic's now able to cheat Tessus through their spawn closer to this B site, so things aren't going to get any easier, because that's now an additional volley of utility ready for the get-go. And Stown actually dying out to Surreal, but Borup from the back of this site, he's able to take down 1. Tessus dunks the nade on top of Surreal, and Surreal has found impact, but so has Mighty Max. The clutches from him on Train are the reason we're even on Inferno. A 3 versus 3 in the post plant for map, match, and tournament life. A hell of a day from EndPoint already. The result in that BO5 to start the day, it got them into Pro League. And then they got a chance to fight off versus one of Pro League's best. And they actually took them far beyond expectations. Crucial, 2 kills from the back of the site. Haidian's gonna take him. And if he wants this round done now, it's gonna take the Tech 9 shot, but it's not over, baby. EndPoint, keep on going.
Robin has that lock and key, no problem from the Oranges. A nice try. It's all about Crucial's 2K here from the emo pillar. Beautiful stuff. Haidian does his damnedest to try to bring this back. A nice shot when he shoulder peeks afterwards, but 3 rounds now. to try to bring this just to OT, and so far, Heroic, they have started to turn up the tempo a little bit. Again, they're doing such a good job of controlling Banana, and he who controls Banana controls Inferno. That much we know. So we'll see if the experience will continue to bring massive damage towards the T side, or if they'll overcome it by avoiding the problem entirely. Are looking to exploit Arch. Rotations in from Borup. He'll get punished. He thinks that they're clearing inside the cubby. They were still busy throwing.
Down could very well be convinced that he never let anybody cross. They're going to wait out the smokes. That's going to open up Haidian for a rotation. So now Mighty Max, if his teammates can get on the site on their own, then he could go ahead and cut off these other two CTs that are about to peak eventually from both sides in this direction, but he gets a back turn. Stown didn't think it was possible. Haidian, combat opping. Robin trying to keep this going, but Tesses is on site, and he's able to hide behind box. It's all on Robin. He's got 45 seconds, and he's got the smoke out. This could alleviate a bit of pressure. He sends it deep to nullify Haidian, goes for the peak, takes the fight, and down he goes. Heroic have survived, but they were absolutely tested, and EndPoint exceeding all expectations now tell us that they can compete. Still the best day for this organization, one of the best days for these 5 players, and Heroic, they are not perfect. That is what we know. They came into the Showdown as a last-second invite, and we thought that they would then be clear favorites. But at least here in the opening day, a challenge in the form of EndPoint.
Just want to say, thanks for the great match, EndPoint. It was a good performance. You guys definitely lit it up. Some great rounds, surreal, crucial. Every single player here, Mighty Max. Nothing but praise from what we watched. Kept me awake late into the night. We're almost at midnight now.
Some awesome clutches, an incredibly long day of Counter-Strike, and let that just be the analogy of EndPoint's existence right now. The grind has just begun. They've gotten into the Pro League, and today was an absolute test that they nearly passed in the end. So yeah, heads held high at the end of this one, but congratulations Heroic. They're moving on in that group to see if they can take it the distance. We'll throw this over to the analysts to close the day.
That was a true battle on Inferno and a valiant effort there from the EndPoint squad. You gotta say, they had 4 maps before this anyway in order to qualify for Pro League. They then come into this game that goes 3 maps. They start off strong on train. Okay, Overpass, they certainly did not look comfortable, but they just fought so hard against a team who is so supposedly superior to them.
Yeah, what a day for EndPoint. I think Connor was talking about it on the cast, how many games they had to play, how many opponents they had to face. Look, I was thinking to myself in the green room, is Inferno one of the toughest maps to pull an upset on, right? How hard it is to upset a potential favorite on Inferno. Just to give you some numbers, 16-11 for Heroic, EndPoint won both pistol rounds and converted these. At the end of the day, when it came down to gun rounds, Heroic were ahead, head and shoulders. On the first half, they were very happy to trade kills. They were bursting their way through sites, making sure they would win these 2 versus 2, 3 versus 3s, and that is in fact what made them win or have that many rounds. And then you move on to the CT side and you have the read, you have the positioning, always at the right time, at the right place. After all, even though the scoreline is quite close, Heroic never had a doubt on Inferno.
I 100% agree with that sentiment. You look at the first half, they go 3-0, winning the pistol, converting, as you said. Second half, they start off by going 5-1 against Heroic. Already there, you got 8 rounds. Then comes into mind the 2 versus 5 they won. A fantastic clutch, you know, well played by them. But that's round number 9. And you know, besides that, there was not a lot to offer right here from EndPoint. So I agree, the scoreline suggests that this was a close game, but in reality, I think Heroic were quite confident throughout.
And one thing I will say when it came to it is when you're looking at that T side there, it was how easy it was at times for Heroic to just bundle their way into the bomb site, right? They were able to get in, and then it was all about the retake and trying to fight back into it on lesser numbers for EndPoint on so many occasions. But you can see where the difference in that communication, playing at this level, that synergy is there for Heroic, where they looked comfortable, they weren't stressed, where you saw from the EndPoint guys, what do we do next? What's the next play?
It's usually what happens when you really have a difference between the favorite and the challenger. You feel like whoever's trying to pull the upset really has to have clean entrance into the round. You need your first line of defense to really make a huge difference, have that 4 versus 2 or 5 versus 3 to then convert the round. How many times have we seen during that first half EndPoint having very decent situations, good clutches, trying to retake, but then Heroic, you would see the individual flair, the finesse, finding the good timing, the good double kill that would change everything. They lost a couple of rounds at EndPoint that they could have converted, but that is usually how it goes. That's how the cookie crumbles when you play against a favorite. You have to have these clean rounds.
Yeah, it's all about that when it comes down to. But for Heroic, going forward in this tournament, it is only going to get a lot tougher. And if they play like they played today, then they need to have a bit more of a worry, I think.
Yeah, I would say so, but I feel it is a classic Heroic. We did touch upon it. Now we bring up the bracket head. You can see the matchup for them next time. It's going to be much tougher for Heroic. There's no doubt about it. Mousesports were looking good in that game. Heroic, you know, as a team, I feel like we said it a couple of times already, they do seem to play up to the level of their opponents. No disrespect to EndPoint, because I do think they played much better today than I think anyone would have expected. Just taking a map off Heroic in itself after the best of 5 game they had in Pro League qualification is impressive, but Heroic is a team that when they need to play good, when they need to play up against the likes of Mousesports and the top opposition, they have a tendency to step it up. So I wouldn't worry on behalf of Heroic. I would focus on the positive right here. That is that they win. That is that they move on into the tournament. And even the losers in this instance, EndPoint can be quite satisfied with what they showed on the server.
Yeah, it's all about having that pride now, having your head held high, because they've got a lot more games like this to come when they move on to other tournaments now.
Right, and you think about the fact they qualify to Pro League. These are going to be the type of games they will have. And you can imagine the amount of experience and quality games, quality opposition they will get. And each step of the way, they get a new reality check. And I don't mean as a diss, I think that's a fast track to improving, because you play against your normal opponents and then you might think, okay, this strategy is working, this retake is working. Suddenly you're facing Heroic and they will show you, they will pinpoint you the weaknesses and the issues in what you're doing, because individually they can punish you. So it's a great learning experience for EndPoint. And I agree with Jacob, today is a good day for them. Even though they didn't qualify, it was a good day for the name of EndPoint.
And it's taking those positives, right, and looking at it. We definitely got some spicy matchups, though, to come off the back of all this, right? We've made it out of the round of 16. It's going to be a lot of fun either way for these ones. When it comes to looking at what we've seen here today, though, right, we have had upsets throughout the tournament in general. But for Heroic, I think right now is they are a team who should be poised in one of these positions where you should saying they are probably a team favorited to get one of those spots, but they've not got an easy side of the bracket now.
No, they got a tough one. I think Mousesports were looking solid, and I think especially complexity in their first game were looking super solid, and that could be a potential, you know, semi-final, which will decide which one of these two teams that qualifies all the way. So there's still a lot of tough matchups for Heroic. As said, you know, sure, if they play like they did today, if Heroic is showing up and play the same level of Counter-Strike we've seen tonight, I think Mousesports will beat them. I think Cloud9 potentially could beat them were they to beat Complexity, and I'm 100% certain. I said it again, didn't I? 100% certain.
It's okay, Jacob. We have to go with 100%.
Will beat Heroic if they show up like they did today. There's no doubt about it. The level of Counter-Strike will have to elevate from Heroic. So, you know, they can be happy that they won, but apart from that, there's not a lot to take away from Heroic.
I'm going to maybe change your Twitter handle to Pimp 100%.
100%. Yeah, I'm just going to write
100% Pimp. There we go.
Yeah, I guess. You have imagination. Moving on.
Look at him. You can see it working.
Nice.
Just give him the star with it. Yeah, see?
If you guys existed, I'm sorry, inside my mind, you would understand me much better.
God knows.
Yeah, I don't think I can survive him. Yeah, that's only for you. Your schedule's pretty wild. But I want to see tomorrow's schedule.
All right.
And what games we got coming for all of you at home. 2 more best of 3s coming your way. And Heroic, they will not get any time to rest. They'll be facing off against Mousesports in the second game. And then we get Furia taking on VP. Now, guys, the Furia we saw, we were not too impressed with, but the VP also had their ups and downs in that domestic matchup.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time calling that one.
Yeah,
right. I think Furia have been struggling a lot. They haven't looked good at any point throughout this tournament. I wouldn't say they were lucky to get through, but they stepped up when needed the most, and they did win a match, so in itself, you know, kudos to them for that. VP didn't look strong against Spirit. I don't think VP were looking like a team that is able to beat Furia if they were to play up to their standard, but we haven't seen Furia play up to their standard, so who's to say what VP is going to show up? Who's to say what Furia is going to show up? To me, that's a 50-50 matchup on the paper.
I agree. Neither of these teams have given us assurances as to the level they're going to bring to the table on the worst day. I feel like there is no limit. Granted, if they wake up on a night in a nice mood, right, in a good shape, you know what Furia can do if they show up actually. But we don't know. They have given us reasons to doubt. So I'm probably going to flip a coin or ask my cat to tell me who's going to win. That's probably the best move.
Do you have a cat?
Meow.
I have 2 cats at home. Meow. Yeah. He just wanted me to mew for some reason. I don't know.
Maniac falls in for the trap, and we will be going home to fall asleep and get ready for another epic day of action here at the Showdown. It is tough. It is all the single elimination matches. It's best of 3s all the way. You know which matches are coming up, and I damn well know you won't want to miss it. We'll see you tomorrow.